Chapter 1, Scheduled Enemies, ****. Piper's POV. Hook ****. The problem with sharing a rink with Mason Cole isn't his ego. It's that his ego takes up ice time I paid for, ****. Piper arrives at 5:45 a.m. for her solo practice slot, only to find the Hartwell Wolves running overdue drills on her ice. She confronts the nearest player. It's Mason. Their first exchange is a masterclass in mutual contempt. He doesn't move. She doesn't back down. Their coaches intervene, scheduling a grudging shared ice agreement for the next 2 weeks due to the arena's roof repair affecting the practice rink. Both characters leave furious. Cliffhanger ***. Piper's phone lights up. Coach Voss has seen the schedule change and wants a call immediately. Chapter 2, Edges. Mason's POV. Mason's perspective of the same morning. His irritation, his awareness that he handled it badly, and his teammate Derek's amusement. We see Mason's relationship with Coach Briggs, oppressive, exacting, loaded with unspoken comparisons to Raymond Cole. Mason's agent, Tara, calls, ***Northridge Sports Gear wants to sign you for a 2-year deal, but they need you to have a clean, likable public image. We learn Mason's recent nightlife coverage has made sponsors nervous. Internal conflict introduced. Mason hates performing likability. Cliffhanger ***. Mason checks his phone. Someone tagged him in a clip. He watches it and goes still. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. I stop walking. I stand in the tunnel entrance and I look out at my ice, my clean, untouched, 5:45 a.m. ice, and it is covered in hockey players. Full drills. Both ends. Cones set up in the neutral zone like they own the place, which they do not, because I have a contract and a schedule and a coach who will personally make someone's life miserable if this gets back to her before I handle it myself. I count 11 of them. Hartwell, Victor. Coach Voss stops at the boards beside me. She doesn't touch my shoulder or pull me aside or do any of the things that would signal she needs to manage me. She just stands there, upright and cold, and looks at the ice full of hockey players. Explain. Roof repair on the practice rink. We'll need the main ice for shared use over the next 2 weeks. The silence that follows is the kind you can feel. Shared use, Voss repeats. Split sessions. Morning hours remain with your program. We'll take afternoon and evening. Briggs says it like the decision's already made, which means it already is. Someone higher up the chain made a call, probably before 5 a.m., and nobody thought to tell either of us. The arena board approved it last night. I look at the ice. 2 weeks of this. 2 weeks of a surface that's been chewed up by hockey skates before I ever get on it, 2 weeks of shared locker rooms and shared warm-up areas and whatever mess 11 professional hockey players leave behind them. Nationals prep starts in 4 weeks. This is not the time. Piper. Voss doesn't look at me. Get your skates on. You have time to run your short program before the session ends. I should move. I know I should move. Instead I look at Mason Cole, who is still standing there holding his water bottle, watching this exchange with his jaw tight and his eyes doing that recalibrating thing again. He doesn't look triumphant. He doesn't look apologetic. He looks like a person trying to figure out what to do with a situation he didn't ask for either. That almost makes it worse. 2 weeks, I say, to no one in particular. 2 weeks, Briggs confirms. I turn around and go to get my skates. I run my short program 3 times. The first run is terrible, my edges are off and my timing is fractured and there's a hockey cone still sitting inside the far circle that nobody moved. I skate around it so hard my turn leaves a gouge in the ice. The second run is better. Muscle memory taking over, body knowing what the brain is still too angry to do. The third run, I almost forget they're there. Almost. I can still hear them on the far end, the occasional stick on boards, the low conversation between Briggs and one of his assistants. But I lock my focus into the music in my earbuds and the 12 feet of ice in front of me and I run it clean. When I come off the ice, I don't look toward the hockey side. I don't need to look. But somehow, somewhere between the gate and the bench where I keep my bag, I know he watched that third run. I don't have a reason for knowing. I just do. I sit down and pull out my phone to turn off my music. The screen is already lit up. 1 missed call. 3 texts, sent in the last 4 minutes. All from Voss. Call me before you leave that building. I mean it, Piper. Now. We need to talk about the schedule change and what Briggs said to me after you walked away. Call me. I stare at the screen. I look up at the ice, then down at the phone, then back up at the ice. Whatever Briggs said to Voss after I walked away, whatever it was enough to make my coach, who does not panic, text me 3 times in 4 minutes. I press call. She picks up on the first ring. Don't react, she says, before I can speak. Just listen. Chapter 2. Edges. Mason. I handled that badly. I know it before I'm even off the ice. The figure skater, Piper Hayes, apparently, disappeared toward the far bench, and I'm still standing at the circle like I've been called for icing and I'm waiting on the ref to explain it to me. That was fun, Derek says from my left. I look at him. He's grinning, water bottle in hand, the easy relaxed grin he wears when something's entertaining him that maybe shouldn't be. Shut up, I say. She was about 5 feet tall and she walked straight up to you and told you to leave. On your own ice. He shakes his head. I liked her. It's not our ice. That's literally the whole point. It's our ice from noon onward. He pats my shoulder. Cheer up. You still scored twice in practice. I skate away from him before he can say anything else. The issue isn't that she called me out. I've had coaches, players, refs, and media all get in my face for various reasons over the years, and none of it rattles me on the ice. The issue is that she was right and I knew it the second she opened her mouth and I didn't move anyway. I don't know why I didn't move. Something stubborn in me that kicks in when someone talks to me like I'm already the problem. Old habit. Bad one. I know it. Doesn't mean I've fixed it. Briggs blows his whistle and pulls us in at center ice. He's been short with everyone this morning, shorter than usual, which is saying something. The roof situation set his schedule back by 40 minutes and Briggs treats schedule disruptions the way some people treat personal attacks. Same drill sequence from yesterday afternoon, he says. Ellis, your backhand passes are a problem. Cole, your positioning in the second set was lazy. I don't say anything. Neither does Ellis. 2 weeks of this facility, Briggs continues. I want clean ice left at the end of every session. I don't want complaints from the skating side reaching the board. We're guests here and we act like it. He looks at me specifically when he says the last part. Understood. Understood, I say. He holds my gaze for a beat longer than he needs to. That's a thing Briggs does, he holds eye contact past the point of comfortable, like he's measuring something. My father used to talk about Coach Briggs from his playing days. Victor runs a tight room, he said. That was his way of saying Briggs demanded a version of you that you weren't always sure you were. I've been playing under Briggs for 2 seasons and I still don't know if he respects me or is waiting for me to prove I don't deserve to be here. Drills resume. I run the sequences hard, harder than I need to, because physical effort is the best way I know to turn the volume down on everything else. The roof noise. The schedule chaos. The look on that skater's face when she said you're on my ice, certain, clean, not a question in it. I work the drills until my legs are burning and the session ends and I'm the last one off the ice. In the locker room, Derek is already telling the story to Martinez and Hollins. She walked right up to him, he's saying. No hesitation. Just, hey. You're on my ice. I was standing right there, Martinez says. I heard it. Cole just stood there. I didn't just stand there, I say. They all look at me. I was in the middle of a drill. You were standing there, Derek says. I drop onto the bench and start unlacing. Around me the locker room has its usual post-game energy, too loud, smelling like sweat and tape, someone's music bleeding out of a phone speaker. Normal. Good, even. I like this part of the morning, usually. The work done, the team loose. My phone buzzes. I check it. Tara Chen, my agent. 8:14 a.m., which means she's been in her office for at least 2 hours already. I let it ring out. I'll call back after the shower. It buzzes again immediately. I answer. I haven't even had coffee, I tell her. Northage, Tara says. Morning to you too. Northage Sports Gear. They reached out to me yesterday evening. Mason, they want to sign you. 2-year deal, full campaign, equipment and apparel. She pauses the way she does when there's a but coming. There's a condition. There's always a condition. They've seen the coverage from last month. The altitude bar thing, the pictures from the event in November, look, it doesn't matter, you know what the coverage was. The point is they need their athletes to have a clean public image. Somebody they can put in front of families, sponsors, brands that care about that stuff. Another pause. They used the words likable and relatable. I stare at the locker across from me. Someone's taped a photo of their dog to the inside of it. Labrador. It stares back at me. Likeable, I repeat. I know. Tara, I'm not unlikable. You're not unlikable. She stops and starts again. You are very good at not trying to be liked. There's a difference. Northage needs to see something different. Events, social presence, the right kind of coverage over the next few months. If we can build that, this deal is yours. It's a significant number, Mason. She tells me the number. I'm quiet for a moment. How significant do you want me to be? I ask. Significantly likable, she says, and I can hear the almost smile in it. I'll send you the full brief. Think about it. Call me by Thursday. She hangs up. Derek is sitting 2 lockers down, pretending to look at his phone while very clearly listening. Don't, I say. I didn't say anything. You were about to. He puts his phone down and looks at me with that same grin from the ice. 2-year deal. Likeable. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be fine. You've been photographed leaving 3 different bars in the last month, you told a reporter to. That reporter was out of line. Mason. He leans forward. I'm your friend. I'm telling you as your friend, likable is not your default setting. He stands up, stretches, grabs his bag. But hey. Maybe that's fixable. He heads for the showers. I sit with the silence for a minute, which in a hockey locker room is a relative term. Someone's still got music going, Martinez is on a call in the corner, the equipment staff is moving through with collection bags. But inside my own head it's quiet. I think about the number Tara said. I think about my father's last medical bill, which I opened in my kitchen 3 weeks ago and put face down on the counter and haven't looked at since. I know the number. I don't need to look at it again. I just need to deal with it, the way I deal with everything, move faster, work harder, don't let anyone see the part where it's heavy. My phone buzzes one more time. A notification this time. Not a call. Someone tagged me in a video. I almost don't open it. I'm tired and I need a shower and I've already had more morning than I asked for. I open it. The clip is 17 seconds long. Shot from the stands, not professional, just someone's phone. The angle is from above and to the right, looking down at center ice. You can see the moment she walked up to me clearly. The conversation. The way I didn't move. The way she didn't either. Then the camera pans, and you can see her face. Even in bad phone video quality, even in the flat practice lighting, there is something about the way she looked at me that the camera caught exactly. Not angry. Past angry. The way someone looks when they've already decided you're exactly what they expected and they're disappointed to be right. The comments are already running. Wait, is that Piper Hayes? She absolutely read him and I need more content of this. The way she walked up to him though. Instant favorite. Someone write the rom-com. I watch it again. I watch it a 3rd time. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for. But somewhere in those 17 seconds, between the moment she said you're on my ice and the moment Briggs and Voss arrived to make it official, there's a frame where she and I are looking at each other and neither of us is performing anything. I put my phone face down on the bench. I sit completely still for a moment. Then I pick it back up and watch it one more time. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Viral, coming next. Chapter 3, Viral, ***. Piper's POV. The inciting incident: during a chaotic shared ice session, Mason collides with Piper at full speed near the boards. She goes down hard. He catches her, barely, one arm locked around her waist, faces inches apart, both breathing hard. A rink employee's phone captured the whole thing. By 9 a.m. it has 200,000 views. The caption, ***, when the hockey player catches the figure skater. This is a rom-com and you can't convince me otherwise, ***. The comments are obsessed. Both Piper and Mason are mortified and furious. But Tara calls Mason before noon. Northage has seen the clip. They love it. They want both of them. As a couple. Chapter 4, The Arrangement. Mason's POV. Mason and Piper meet in a conference room with their respective agents and a Northage representative. The deal: a 3-month public relationship narrative, appearances, social content, a joint campaign called ***, on ice, off script. ***. Mason watches Piper's face during the pitch. She hates this. He knows because he hates it too, and she has exactly the same expression he's trying not to show. Piper refuses. Mason needs the deal for financial reasons he hasn't told anyone. His father's medical bills are mounting, Raymond Cole has early-stage Parkinson's, and Mason pays quietly. Cliffhanger ***. Mason follows Piper into the hallway. "Name your price," he says. She turns around slowly. "You can't afford what I'd charge." Chapter 5, Terms and Conditions. Piper's POV. Piper has her own reason to say yes. Coach Voss has informed her that the National Qualifier Selection Committee is watching her off-ice profile. ***, sponsors, visibility, likability, it all matters now, Piper. ***, she agrees to the arrangement. They write rules on a napkin like children. No real touching beyond what's necessary. No telling their coaches the truth. Scheduled public appearances only. They shake hands. His grip is warm and firm and she absolutely does not notice. Plot complication ***. Coach Voss tells Piper that morning that her main competitor for the qualifier slot, a 17-year-old prodigy named Isla Gant, just signed a major sponsorship of her own. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 3. Viral. Piper. I have a rule about the boards. Stay clear of them during shared sessions. Hockey players use the boards the way I use the center circle, as a fixed point, a reference, something to push off from or aim toward. During a split session, the boards belong to them. I stay in the middle third of the ice and we don't cross into each other's space, and it works because we both pretend the other half of the rink doesn't exist. 5 days in, it's been working fine. Day 6, I break my own rule. It's my fault, technically. I'm running a step sequence across the full ice, I need the full width for it, the whole surface, edge to edge, and I time it badly. I know the drill rotation Briggs runs. I've memorized it without meaning to, the same way you learn the layout of a building you didn't choose to live in. But today they switch the order, and I'm coming off a back outside edge at full extension when I register movement in my peripheral vision, fast, heavy, wrong direction, and I don't have time to do anything useful with that information. I hear him before I see him. Blade scrape. Hard stop attempted too late. Then 200 pounds of hockey player hits me from the left at something close to full speed, and the boards are right there behind me, and for one terrible second I think I'm going to go through them. I don't go through them. Something catches me. One arm, locked around my waist like a clamp, wrenching me sideways and backward and away from the boards in the same motion. My feet leave the ice completely. My skate bag goes flying. My elbow connects with something solid, his shoulder, I think, and then we stop moving and I'm still upright, barely, suspended against his side with the boards 2 inches behind my left shoulder and both of us breathing like we've just been in a collision. Which we have. I look up. Mason Cole is looking down at me with an expression I haven't seen on him before. Not the flat irritation from day one. Not the controlled blankness he wears during drills when he thinks no one's watching. This is something stripped back and immediate, the look of someone whose brain caught up to what almost happened a half second after his body already handled it. His arm is still around my waist. Our faces are close enough that I can see a small scar cutting through his left eyebrow, pale against his skin. I don't know why I notice that. I notice it. "Are you hurt?" he says. His voice is different at this volume. Lower. The arena noise is still going around us, drills continuing, someone shouting something from the far end, but right here it's just him asking that question in a way that sounds less like politeness and more like he actually needs to know. "No," I say. He lets go. I take a step back and my right skate catches a rut in the ice and I grab the boards to steady myself, which means I'm still essentially in the same position, just with my hand on fiberglass instead of his arm around me. "That was my fault," he says. I look at him. "Briggs changed the rotation," he adds. "I should have called it." I pull myself off the boards. My heart is still going too fast, that specific spike of adrenaline that comes from a near fall, the kind that takes a few minutes to drain out. I know this feeling. I have a complicated history with this feeling. "Yeah," I say. "You should have." He opens his mouth, closes it, nods once. He skates back toward his side without another word. I stand at the boards for a moment and make myself breathe normally. Then I go find my skate bag, reposition in the center of the ice, and start the sequence again from the beginning. I don't look at him for the rest of the session. I find out about the video at 8:47 a.m. My phone starts going while I'm still in the locker room pulling off my skates. 3 notifications, then 5, then I stop counting. My teammate Bria, she trains with the same program, competes in ice dance, appears in the doorway with her phone already extended toward me. "Don't freak out," she says. Those are the 2 worst words in the English language. I take the phone. The video is 17 seconds long. Shot from the upper seating area, decent angle, better lighting than you'd expect from a phone camera at 6 a.m. It catches all of it, me coming across the ice, the collision, his arm catching me, the 2 of us against the boards with our faces close and both of us visibly breathing hard. Someone set it to a slow piano piece. The caption reads, "When the hockey player catches the figure skater." This is a rom-com and you can't convince me otherwise. 218,000 views. At 8:47 a.m. I read the comments for about 45 seconds before I stop reading the comments, because the comments are making something happen in my chest that I can't categorize and I don't have time for it. "Okay," I say. "Bria is watching me the way you watch someone hold a lit match." "Okay," I say again. It's kind of, it looks. I know what it looks like. I hand her phone back. I finish pulling off my skate. My hands are steady, which I'm grateful for. It looks like a near collision during a poorly managed shared session. It looks like the beginning of a movie, Bria says. The good kind. With the swooping music and the... Bria. Right. Sorry. She leans against the doorframe. Have you seen his comments? I'm not reading his comments. His fans are very dedicated. I don't care about his fans. Some of your fans are now his fans. There's some crossover happening. The ice skating community is. Bria. I look at her. I need you to stop talking for about 5 minutes. She presses her lips together and mimes a zip. I sit with the quiet for exactly 1 minute, which is all I get before my own phone lights up. Not Voss this time. My agent, Kira. She's been my agent for 18 months and she calls me maybe twice a week, usually about scheduling or contract details, always calm, always measured. She calls twice in a row right now, which she's never done before. I answer. Have you seen it? She says. Yes. Good. Don't comment on it. Don't post anything. Don't, whatever your instinct is right now, don't act on it. My instinct is to find whoever filmed it and explain to them what a privacy violation is. I know. Don't do that either. I can hear her doing something in the background, keyboard, papers. Piper, I need you to listen to me carefully. This video is not a problem. This video might actually be something we can use. It's me and Mason Cole in a near accident on a shared rink. It's you and Mason Cole looking like the opening scene of every sports romance ever made. The internet has decided you're a story. We can either get ahead of that or let it run without us. I stare at my half-removed skate. I'm not a story, I say. I'm an athlete 4 weeks out from nationals prep. I know. And that's exactly why I'm calling. Her voice settles. Just don't do anything yet. Something may be developing on his end that I'll know more about by this afternoon. Can you sit tight? I don't have a choice, apparently. Good girl. I hate being called a good girl. She hangs up. Bria is still in the doorway, technically not talking but communicating volumes through facial expression. Not a word, I say. She holds up both hands. My phone buzzes one more time. This one I almost ignore, because I've had enough of my phone for one morning, but I check it out of reflex. It's not Kira. It's not Voss. It's a number I don't have saved, but the text is short enough to read in the notification preview. We need to talk. Mason Cole. I put the phone face down on the bench. Bria, I say. How many views did you say that was? She checks her phone. Her eyes go slightly wide. It's at 340,000 now. I close my eyes. This is a rom-com and you can't convince me otherwise. I pick up my phone. I look at the text again. I don't reply. But I don't delete it either. Chapter 4. The Arrangement. Mason. I've SAT across from a lot of people in my career and had them explain what they needed from me. Coaches, GMs, agents, brand managers, team PR staff. They all have the same energy when they do it, careful, slightly too friendly, the voice people use when they want you to do something and need you to feel like it was your idea. I've been hearing that voice since I was 15 and some scout sat across from my dad and me in a diner and told me I had a future in this sport if I wanted it. The Northridge rep, a woman named Claire, sharp suit, bright smile, has that voice turned up to full volume. The concept is on ice, off script, she says, sliding a printed deck across the conference table. 2 athletes from completely different disciplines, sharing a space, showing the world what that actually looks like. Raw, real, unfiltered. The video already proved there's an audience for this story. The conference room is small. Round table, 6 chairs, the kind of artificial light that makes everyone look slightly unwell. Tara is to my left. Piper Hayes is across from me with her own agent, a woman named Kira, beside her. I haven't looked at Piper directly since she sat down. I look at her now. She's reading the deck with her eyes moving quickly, page to page, and her face is doing something interesting, or rather it's doing nothing. She's locked it down. Whatever she thinks of the first 3 pages of Claire's presentation, she's not giving it away. She holds the deck like it's a document she's reviewing professionally and not something that involves her personally. I know that look because I'm wearing the same one. The public response to the video has been remarkable, Claire continues. 480,000 views as of this morning, significant crossover between hockey and figure skating audiences, organic engagement from demographics that are historically hard to reach. What specifically are you asking them to do? Kira asks. Claire smiles. 3 months of documented public presence. Appearances at 4 joint events will coordinate. Social content, maybe twice a week, nothing forced, we're not scripting dialogue here, just real moments. An exclusive profile in sports now at the midpoint. The campaign runs through spring, which conveniently overlaps with the Wolves' playoff push and, she looks at Piper, the national qualifier season. Piper turns a page. You'd be compensated individually and equally, Claire adds. The numbers are in the back of the deck. I've already looked at the numbers. Tara showed me last night. I didn't react then, and I don't react now, but in the part of my brain that's been quietly running the numbers on my father's medical costs for the past 3 months, something settles. I watch Piper turn to the last page. I watch her find the number. She looks up. Not at Claire. Not at Kira. At me. Her expression says exactly one thing, did you know about this already? I hold her gaze. I don't confirm or deny. She looks back at the deck. What's the expectation around the relationship framing? Kira asks. Public-facing couple, Claire says, simply. Nothing invasive. No requirement to discuss private life. The framing is that 2 people who didn't choose to share a rink ended up choosing each other. The audience already believes it, we're just not correcting them. The room is quiet for a moment. No, Piper says. She says it without any particular heat. Not a door slamming, more like a window closing. Clean and final. Piper, Kira starts. I'm 4 weeks out from Nationals prep. I don't have time for a campaign. I don't have time for appearances or social content or a Sports Now profile. I have a triple axle combination that needs 4 hours a day and a short program that isn't where it needs to be. She closes the deck. Sets it down. Folds her hands on top of it. I appreciate the offer. The answer is no. Claire looks at Tara. Tara looks at me. I look at Piper. She is already looking slightly to the left of me, focused on some middle distance, posture closed, the meeting clearly over in her head. She has the same expression I saw on the ice the first morning, past the argument, past the negotiation, somewhere in the clean territory of a decision already made. I hate to admit how much I understand that. And I hate even more what I'm about to do. Could we have 5 minutes? I ask Claire. She glances at Tara, then stands. Of course. We'll just be outside. Tara gives me a look as she rises that says don't blow this in a single eyebrow movement. They file out. The door clicks. Piper looks at me. You don't have to do a sales pitch, she says. I've heard the pitch. I know. Then what is this? I'm quiet for a second. I don't want to say the next thing. I've been carrying it around for months and I'm very good at carrying things quietly. But Tara said the deal is contingent on both of us, and the number on the back of the deck isn't just a nice number. It's a necessary number. And Piper Hayes is looking at me like she's waiting for me to perform a version of charm she can see through, and I'm too tired to perform anything right now. My father has early-stage Parkinson's, I say. She doesn't react, exactly. Something behind her eyes shifts. It's managed. It's not at a crisis point. But the treatment costs are significant and they're not all covered, and I'm handling it. I look at the table. I need this deal. She's quiet for a long moment. I'm sorry about your father, she says finally. She sounds like she means it. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking you to think about it. I've thought about it. She picks up the deck and taps it against the table once, straightening the pages. You're not the only person with something at stake here, Mason. My answer is still no. She stands. You could counter, I say. She stops. Name something that would make this work for you. Training schedule, accommodation, adjusted timeline, additional compensation, whatever it is, I'll take it back to Tara and Northridge and we'll see what's possible. I stand up too, because sitting while she's standing feels wrong. Name your price. She turns around slowly. She looks at me for a long moment, and there's something in it I can't fully read, not contempt, not what I expected. It's more complicated than that. Like she's weighing something I don't have access to. You can't afford what I'd charge, she says. And she walks out. I stand in the empty conference room for about 30 seconds. Then I follow her. Chapter 5. Terms and Conditions. Piper. I get as far as the elevator before I hear him behind me. I keep walking. Piper. I press the button. I watch the numbers above the door. I'm not going to keep pitching you, he says, from a few feet back. I said what I had to say in there. That's it. I turn around. He's standing in the middle of the corridor with his jacket on and his hands at his sides, and he looks, I don't know exactly how he looks. Not like the Mason Cole from the billboard outside the arena, the one with the polished smirk. Not like the one who didn't move that first morning. He looks like someone who just said something true in a room full of people and is now standing in a hallway waiting to find out if it mattered. I know that feeling too. I turn back to the elevator. I'll think about it, I say. It's not a yes. But it's not what I said in the conference room either, and we both know it. The elevator opens. I get in. He doesn't follow. Kira calls me at 7 p.m. I'm on my couch with my training log open and my ankle wrapped, a mild strain I've been icing since Tuesday, not serious, manageable, and I'm pretending to review my practice notes while actually staring at nothing. Before I say anything, Kira starts, I want you to know that I looked at every angle on this and I am only bringing it back to you because I genuinely think there's something here. Just say it. The qualifier committee sent a notice this week. It's not public yet, but I have a contact on the selection panel. She pauses. They're adding an off-ice consideration metric to this year's evaluation. Media presence, brand visibility, community engagement. It accounts for 10% of the overall selection weighting. I close my training log. 10%, I say. On paper it sounds small. In practice, for a field that's this competitive, where scores are separated by fractions, it's not small. I know what she's going to say next. I almost say it for her. Piper, the committee wants athletes who are full package competitors. It's not enough to be the best skater in the room anymore. They want someone who can represent the sport publicly, who's marketable, who likable, I say. That's a simplified version, but, yes. I stare at the ceiling. I've been skating competitively since I was 8 years old. I gave up school dances and summers and most of my teenage years to this sport. I know my program better than I know anything else in my life. I know the weight of my left edge, I know exactly how many rotations I need before I'm in position to land clean, I know what my body does under pressure and how to correct for it. I don't know how to be likable on command. And there's one more thing, Kira says. Her voice changes slightly. More careful. Isla Gant's team announced a sponsorship deal this afternoon. True Blades Equipment. 3-year contract. Isla Gant. 17 years old. Came out of nowhere last season. She didn't come out of nowhere, she worked for it. I know she worked for it, I've seen her train and she is genuinely extraordinary. But she's 17 and she has the kind of natural ease with cameras and attention that some skaters are born with and some spend their whole careers chasing. I am in the second category. So, Kira says, gently. I'm just going to ask you one more time. The Northridge offer. I unwrap my ankle. I look at the ceiling. I think about nationals, about my short program, about the triple axel I landed clean last Tuesday and haven't landed clean since. I think about 10% and Isla Gant and a selection committee that wants an athlete who is also a personality. I think about Mason Cole standing in the hallway looking more honest than I expected. If I do this, I say, I set the terms. Tell me what you need. My training schedule is untouchable. Every appearance gets approved by me a minimum of a week in advance. Nothing overnight, nothing that requires travel during peak training weeks. No, I start again. The personal stuff stays out of it. Whatever the campaign says, whatever the story is, my actual life is mine. He doesn't get access to that and neither does Northage. Reasonable. Anything else? I want it in writing that this is temporary. 3 months, like they said, and then it's done and both parties walk away clean. No extensions without renegotiation. I'll get the contract language reviewed. And I'm telling him directly what the rules are. Not through agents, not through Claire with her presentation deck. Him and me. Kira is quiet for a second. When? Tomorrow. After morning practice. He's already on the ice when I get there the next day. I don't know how that's possible given that my slot starts first, but when I come through the gate at 6:05, I was 4 minutes behind because the building entrance key card jammed. He's running laps along the boards. Not a team drill. Just moving. Alone. I stand at the gate and watch for a second. He skates the way I knew he would from seeing him in the drills, low and fast and completely without waste, every movement going somewhere specific. There's no audience right now, no Briggs, no Derek or Martinez or anyone else. He's just skating because he's a person who skates, the same way I run my program at midnight in an empty rink when I need to feel like myself again. I lace up and get on the ice. He sees me and slows to a stop near the circle. "You're late," he says. My key card jammed. Arena management should. I'm handling it. I skate past him toward the far boards where I run my warm-up. We're meeting after this session. To talk about the deal. To talk about my terms. Yes or no happens after you hear them. He doesn't say anything for a moment. Then, fine. We spend the next 2 hours on the same ice not talking to each other, which should feel exactly like every other shared session this week but somehow doesn't. We use a corner table at the Arena Cafe. It's too early for real traffic, just a couple of staff, one Wolves assistant coach reading something on his phone at the counter, not paying attention to us. I put my coffee down. I pull a pen out of my jacket pocket. He looks at the pen. What's that for? Rules. I take a napkin from the holder at the edge of the table. We're writing them down. Something moves across his face. Not quite a smile. On a napkin. Do you have paper? He doesn't. Then yes, on a napkin. I flatten it against the table. Rule 1. My training schedule is not negotiable. If an appearance conflicts with practice, the appearance moves. Not the practice. Agreed. I write it down. Rule 2. No physical contact beyond what's visually necessary for the campaign. Staged photos are fine. Anything else? Also agreed. I look up. Don't agree before I finish the sentence. You were going to say anything else gets discussed first and both people have to consent to it. I stare at him. That's what I'd want too, he says, simply. I write it down. Rule 3. Our coaches don't know it's an arrangement. Voss will pull me from the program if she thinks I'm using practice time for something personal. Briggs will. Do something worse, probably. He picks up his coffee. Agreed. Rule 4. 3 months. If Northage wants to extend, we renegotiate from scratch. He nods. I write it. I look at the napkin. For rules in my handwriting, slightly cramped because it's a small napkin and the pen is bleeding a little into the paper. This is what the beginning of a bad idea looks like, apparently. Anything to add? I ask. He thinks for a second. One thing. Go ahead. If either of us needs out, for any reason, no questions, no pushback, we say so and it ends. I look at him. Deal, I say. I extend my hand across the table. He shakes it. His grip is firm. His hand is warm, which I didn't expect given how much time we both spend in an ice rink. He doesn't hold on longer than necessary. He lets go clean. I pick up my pen and look at the napkin. I don't write down the part about how my chest did something strange the second his hand closed around mine, because that's not a rule. That's a problem. And I'm not putting problems in writing. My phone buzzes on the table. I check it, Coach Voss. Practice note, Isla Gant confirmed for the regional invitational. Same week as your prep block. Wanted you to hear it from me first. I put the phone face down. Everything okay? Mason asks. Fine, I say. I fold the napkin in half, then in half again, and put it in my jacket pocket. Same pocket as my pen. Where I can feel it for the rest of the day, small and square and slightly damp from the table. The beginning of a bad idea that I chose with both eyes open. Same time tomorrow, he says. We have shared ice until 8, I say. Don't be on my side of the rink. Wouldn't dream of it, he says. He almost sounds like he means it. Almost. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, First Appearance, coming next. Chapter 6, First Appearance, ***. Mason's POV. Their first public outing, a charity gala at the arena. Mason in a suit. Piper in a midnight blue dress that he refuses to think about. They are awkward and stilted with each other, which one entertainment blogger clocks immediately. They're not selling it, Tara texts Mason in alarm. He improvises, takes Piper's hand, leans down and says something in her ear that makes her laugh genuinely for the first time. The photographer catches it. It goes everywhere. But the twist ***, Derek sees the photo and his expression isn't happy for Mason. It's calculating. Chapter 7, Ice Time. Piper's POV. Shared practice continues. For the first time, Piper watches Mason actually skate, not perform, not posture, just move. He's extraordinary. She doesn't want to think that. She focuses on her triple axel combination, which she's been shaky on since the fall. She goes down on the third attempt. Mason, to her horror, doesn't say anything mocking. He just skates over, offers a hand up, and says, **, you were over-rotating. You're thinking too far ahead. **, he skates away before she can respond. Internal shift beginning, cliffhanger. An anonymous source has sent a gossip blog a tip that the relationship is fake. Chapter 8, Smoke. Mason's POV. The blog post is vague, no proof, just speculation. Tara handles it publicly. But Mason knows someone with arena access planted that story. He runs through the list of people who knew. It's short. Derek's name sits at the bottom of it and Mason doesn't let himself look at it directly yet. Meanwhile, Coach Briggs calls Mason in, **, this figure skating thing ends now. You want to look like you belong in a romance novel or you want a championship ring. **, Mason doesn't answer. First fracture in Mason's loyalty to Briggs. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 6. First Appearance. Mason. I own exactly 2 suits. One is black, bought for a teammate's wedding 2 years ago, slightly too short in the sleeve now because I put on muscle in the off-season and didn't think about the jacket. The other is charcoal gray, bought last month when Tara told me sponsors were watching my public appearances and I should look like I own a mirror. I wear the gray one to the gala. Tara told me to arrive at 7:15. It's a charity event, Hartwell Children's Hospital Fund, hosted at the arena's main hall, the kind of evening where the rink floor gets covered with a temporary surface and 200 people in expensive clothes stand around holding champagne and talking about tax-deductible giving. I've attended 3 of these since I signed with the Wolves. I know how they run. What I don't know is what to do with the fact that Piper Hayes is standing near the entrance in a midnight blue dress and I walked through the door at exactly the wrong moment. I notice 3 things in approximately 2 seconds. 1. The dress has no sleeves, which means I can see the muscle definition in her shoulders from training, and I know better than to think about that. 2. She's already positioned herself with her back partially to the door, which means she was watching for me in the reflection of the glass panel to her left and didn't want me to catch her doing it. 3. She looks like she'd rather be running a full practice session than standing in this room, and somehow that makes her look more comfortable than anyone else here. I walk over. "You're 3 minutes late," she says, not turning around right away. "Traffic. We're 2 blocks from the arena. Bad traffic." She turns. Her expression is neutral in the particular way that means she's working at it. She looks at my suit jacket with the same quick assessment she gave the ice schedule on day 1. "You'll do," she says. "You look," I stop. She waits. "Ready," I finish. Something moves across her face. That's a very safe word. I'm a careful person. She almost smiles. Almost. "No, you're not." She's not wrong. We walk in together. Tara is already inside, positioned near the photography area, a low-key setup, no red carpet, just a branded backdrop where people drift in and out getting shots for the event coverage. She catches my eye and gives me a nod that says "You're on, make it convincing." The problem becomes apparent within about 20 minutes. We are not convincing. We stand next to each other at the welcome drinks table and we talk like 2 people who have met 3 times and don't fully trust each other, which is exactly what we are. I ask her about her training. She answers in 3 words. She asks me about the playoff push because it's something to say. I answer in 4 words. We both look at different parts of the room. A man from the hospital board approaches and asks how we met, not suspicious, just genuinely interested, the way people ask at these things. We both start talking at the same moment and say 2 different things and then stop and look at each other. "The rink," Piper says, recovering first. "The rink," I confirm. The man smiles and moves on. Piper looks straight ahead and takes a careful sip of sparkling water. My phone buzzes in my jacket pocket. "Tara, you are not selling this." That board guy looked confused. "Fix it." I slide the phone back without responding. "We're not selling it," I say quietly. "I know," she says. We look like 2 people at a work event they didn't want to attend. We are 2 people at a work event we didn't want to attend. Piper. Mason. She looks at me sideways. "What do you want me to do?" "I don't know how to perform this. I've never done this before." "Neither have I." "You've dated publicly before." "I've read the," she stops. "I've seen the coverage." "That wasn't me performing anything. That was different." I don't explain further because there's nothing useful in the explanation and the photographer is 15 feet away and 3 people are looking in our direction. "Just talk to me." We are talking. Like we actually want to be here. Like, I think for a second. "Tell me something true. Right now. Something real." She looks at me with a flicker of genuine surprise. "What?" "Just one thing. Whatever's actually in your head right now. Not PR, not performance, just true." She's quiet for a second. Then, quietly, "My feet hurt. These skates were a terrible choice and I've been standing on my bad ankle for 20 minutes and I deeply regret every decision I made this morning." I look down. She's in heels that are not unreasonable by anyone's measure, but I know about the tendon strain from watching her ice and tape between sessions. She hasn't mentioned it to anyone as far as I can tell. "Okay," I say. "Okay what?" I lean down slightly, close enough that it looks like what it's supposed to look like from a camera angle, and I put my mouth near her ear and I say, "There's a seating alcove behind the second pillar on the left. I spotted it when I came in. If you can last another 12 minutes until the formal program starts, you can sit for the speeches and nobody will notice you've disappeared from circulation." She pulls back enough to look at my face. Something in her expression recalibrates, the surprise moving into something I can't name, somewhere between not expecting that and not knowing what to do with it. Then she laughs. It's short, caught off guard, gone almost immediately. Her hand comes up to cover it and doesn't quite make it in time. It's the first real thing I've heard from her since the conference room. Something about it goes straight through my defenses and sits somewhere I don't have a name for yet. I don't move back right away. The photographer, I see the flash in my peripheral vision. I don't look toward it. Neither does she. We're both still here, in this 12 inches of space, and her laugh is still in the air between us like something neither of us planned. 12 minutes, she says, when she's composed again. Give or take, I say. I take her hand. Not grabbed, not calculated, I just take it the way you take someone's hand when you're moving through a crowd and you don't want to lose each other. Easy. Like it makes sense. We walk toward the center of the room. I don't look back at the photographer. I do feel her fingers settle against mine after a second. Small adjustment. Like she decided to let it happen instead of just enduring it. Across the room, Derek is standing with Martinez and 2 people from the hospital board. I catch his eye because the room isn't big enough not to. We've been friends since my first season and I can read his face without trying. He's looking at my hand and Piper's hand. He's not smiling. It's not envy exactly. Not happiness for me. It's something flat and focused, like he's clocking something new and deciding what to do with the information. I file it away. The program starts. I find Piper the alcove seat. She sits, slips one heel off under the cover of the tablecloth, and listens to the speeches with her eyes forward and her posture perfect. I stand beside her with my hand on the back of her chair and I watch the room instead of her. But I think about the laugh. And I think about Derek's face. And I think about how those 2 things are going to matter, and in what order, and whether I'm ready for either of them. I'm not sure I am. Chapter 7. Ice time. Piper. I have a problem. The problem is that Mason Cole is a better skater than I let myself think about, and today I can't stop thinking about it. Day 9 of the shared schedule. The Wolves are running backward crossover sequences on the far end, conditioning work, low intensity, designed to build edge control. Mason is in the front of the group. I know this because I looked up once and then made the mistake of not looking away fast enough. He moves on ice the way very few skaters do, figure skaters included. Like gravity is a suggestion he's considering. His back crossovers are deep and clean, full extension on every stroke, his weight transfers exact. No wasted movement anywhere. His edges read the ice instead of just sitting on top of it. I have spent my entire life on ice rinks. I can count on one hand the skaters I've watched and felt something close to envy over their technique. I look away. I focus on my own work, which is where my focus needs to be. Short program run this morning was decent. Not brilliant, but decent. The step sequence has come back to its correct shape. The sit spin is consistent. What is not consistent, what has not been consistent since last season, since the fall at Nationals, since a period of my life I don't revisit unless I have to, is the triple axel combination at the back half of my program. I set up for it. The triple axel is the hardest jump in women's figure skating. 3.5 rotations. You enter it from a forward edge, which means by the time you leave the ice you're already rotating, and you have to collect everything, arms, core, blade angle, the exact right amount of height, in the fraction of a second between the pick and the takeoff. Get any one of those things slightly wrong and the landing is wrong, and a wrong landing at speed looks like what it felt like at Nationals, the ice coming up fast, the sound of my knee hitting the surface, the crowd noise going from expectant to something quieter and worse. I know how to do this jump. I've been doing it since I was 15. The mechanics haven't changed. What changed is the part of my brain that knows what happens when they go wrong. First attempt. I set up, take off, rotate, and pull out of it a half rotation early. Safe landing. Wrong jump. I circle back and reset. Second attempt. Better. I get the full rotation, but my landing edge is weak and I single-foot it badly and drag my free leg in a way that would get marked down in any real program. I reset again. The wolf's drill continues at the far end. I don't look. Third attempt. I leave the ice clean. The rotation is there, 1, 2, 3.5, and for a moment in the air it feels exactly right. Then I come down and my landing ankle hits the surface at 2 degrees too far inside, and I know before I fully touch down that I'm going over. I go down on my left hip. Hard. The ice sends the impact straight up through my side. I slide about 4 feet and stop. I stay down for a second. Not hurt. Embarrassed, which is worse. I push myself up to one knee and I'm already moving through the checklist in my head: ankle okay, hip bruised but functional, nothing serious, when I hear the sound of blades crossing ice heading toward me from the wrong direction. I look up. Mason stops 2 feet away. He's breathing slightly elevated from his drills. He extends one hand down toward me, palm up. No expression on his face, not the smug thing I was braced for, not exaggerated concern, just a hand offered because someone is on the ice and should probably be off it. I take it. He pulls me up with the same clean efficiency he applies to everything on ice. I find my edges and he lets go. I wait for the comment. Some version of that looked rough, or you all right there with enough of an edge to it to sting. You're over-rotating, he says. And you're thinking too far ahead. I stare at him. By the time you're in the air you're already calculating the landing. That's why you're pulling left. He says it the way he'd say the ice is soft on the far end today, observational. Not a lesson, not showing off. Just a fact he happened to see. You need to stop landing the jump before you've taken off. I don't have a response to that. He skates away. Just like that. Back to his side of the ice, back into the drill rotation, like he stepped out for 5 seconds to pick something up off the floor. I stand at center ice and I watch him go. And I think about what he just said, which is technically a skating note and technically correct and technically something my own coach has said variations of for months without it landing the way it just landed, and I don't want to think about why the difference is. I set up for the jump again. This time I think about what he said: stop landing it before you've taken off, which means trust the air. Trust the rotation. Trust the part of your body that knows how to do this and stop interrupting it with the part of your brain that remembers the fall. I take off. I don't land it clean. But I don't fall either. The rotation is full and my edge is stronger, and when I come down it's a real attempt, not a managed bailout. I reset and skate a wide circle. My phone is in my bag at the boards. I know this because Bria texts me training updates sometimes and I've gotten into the habit of checking it between sets. I skate over and pull it out. One notification. Not Bria. Not Kira. A tag from an account I don't follow, one of those sports blog aggregator pages that collects gossip from smaller sites and repackages it. I open it. The headline is small and the sourcing is vague: industry insider and source close to the situation, and other phrases that mean nothing specific. The post is maybe 200 words. But the words that matter are right at the top, in bold, where blog posts put the thing they want you to read even if you don't read anything else. Is the Cole Hayes romance all for the cameras? Source suggests that relationship may be part of a sponsored arrangement, not the organic story fans believe. I read it twice. I look up at the ice. Mason is on the far end, back in his drills. He hasn't checked his phone. He doesn't know yet. Someone told. Not much, there's no detail, no contract language, nothing specific enough to be a serious leak. But someone who knows said something to someone who writes for this blog, and now it's out there, small and vague and just real enough to be a problem. I put my phone away. I get back on the ice. I run the triple axle setup one more time, and this time I don't think about the fall and I don't think about the blog post and I don't think about who could have known. I land it. Not perfect. But real. I stand at the landing mark for a second, chest rising and falling, and I think, something is already going wrong and this hasn't even properly started yet. Chapter 8. Smoke. Mason. I find out about the blog post the same way I find out about most things I don't want to know, Derek tells me. He's leaning against the locker room doorframe when I come in after the ice session, arms crossed, phone extended toward me with the casual posture of someone who's done me a favor. Saw this, he says. I read it. I read it again. When did this go up? I ask. This morning. Early. Before the session. He straightens, slides his phone into his pocket. Tara, no yet. I'll call her. You think it's a problem? I look at him. His expression is open, interested, appropriately concerned. Derek has been my closest friend in this locker room since year one. We came up through the same training circuit before the Wolves, played together in the minors for half a season, ended up here at the same time. I know his face. Don't know yet, I say. I call Tara from the hallway. I've seen it, she says before I can speak. It's thin. No specifics, no documentation, nothing that could stand up to a denial. I'm drafting a statement now, nothing confirming or denying, just a we don't comment on personal matters and moving on. Will that be enough? For this? Yes. It's one blog post from a source that trades in speculation. If we don't react big, it doesn't become bigger. A pause. But Mason, someone said something. This didn't come from nowhere. I know. That's the part I've been standing with since I read the post. The blog has nothing real because the person who told them didn't have anything real either. Which means it wasn't Piper, who has just as much to lose as I do. It wasn't Kira, whose job depends on the deal succeeding. It wasn't Tara. The conference room had 6 people in it. 2 agents, 1 Northridge rep, Piper and me. 6 people total. And Derek, who I told about the deal the evening after the meeting because I was tired and he was there and he asked directly how the Northridge thing was going and I said it's moving forward, we're doing a joint thing with the figure skater and didn't think about it again. I think about it now. I don't let myself land on it fully. Not yet. I've been friends with Derek for 4 years. He's covered for me in practice, called me out when I needed it, sat with me in a hospital waiting room the night my father's first episode happened. You don't throw 4 years out the window over a blog post with no sourcing. But his name is at the bottom of the short list in my head and I don't move it. Handle the statement, I tell Tara. I'll sit tight. Briggs calls me in at 2 p.m. His office is at the end of the coaching corridor, small, functional, a whiteboard on one wall covered in play diagrams and his own shorthand that nobody else can fully decode. He's at his desk when I knock, glasses on, the reading kind he never wears in front of the full team. He takes them off before I'm fully through the door. Sit down, he says. I sit. He doesn't have anything on his desk except a tablet, face down, and a coffee mug that's been there so long it might be structural. He leans back in his chair and he looks at me the way he always looks at me, like he's reading a line of text that doesn't quite say what he needs it to say. You saw the post, he says. This morning. And the photo from the gala. Yes. He's quiet for a moment. Outside, I can hear the assistant coaches running a video session, muffled commentary, the sound of a clip rewinding. Normal afternoon sounds. I'll be direct, Briggs says. He's always direct. The warning is never about directness. It's about the specific shape the directness is going to take. This figure skating thing ends now, he says. Whatever arrangement you have with Northridge, whatever the story is, I'm not interested in the details. What I'm interested in is a center who is focused on the next 12 games and a playoff position that is currently hanging by 3 points. That's what's in front of you. That's what should be in your head. I don't say anything. You want to look like you belong in a romance novel, or do you want a championship ring? The silence after that is the kind that expects something from me. Agreement, probably. The nod I've given him before in this chair, the one that says you're right, coach, I hear you, I'll handle it. He's gotten that nod from me enough times that I think he's stopped checking whether I mean it. I look at the whiteboard. A set-piece play is diagrammed there, something from last week's session, 2 broken lines meeting at the top of the circle. My position is marked with a square. I heard you, I say. It's not the nod. Briggs reads the difference. His expression doesn't change but something settles in it, like a dial turning to a slightly different setting. He's recalibrating. Same thing Piper did on the ice that first morning, except where a recalibration landed on something that looked like sharpness, Briggs's lands somewhere colder. Good, he says. Like the conversation is over. I stand. Cole. I stop at the door. Your father played for this franchise for 9 seasons, he says. Best center this organization has seen. You know what made him that? He doesn't wait for me to answer. He never let anything off the ice tell him who he was on it. I look at the doorframe. Yes, sir, I say. I walk out. I sit in my car in the parking structure for 12 minutes before I start the engine. I'm not angry. Anger is clean and quick and I know what to do with it. This is something different, heavier, sitting lower. The specific weight of a conversation that was supposed to be about one thing and was actually about something underneath it, something that's been underneath every conversation I've had with Briggs for 2 seasons. Your father played 9 seasons. Best center this organization has seen. I know. I know. I've known since before I could skate backwards. I pull out my phone. I don't call Tara. I don't text Piper. I pull up my father's contact and I look at it for a second. He'll be at his own practice right now, the adapted training program he does 3 times a week with a specialist, the one he didn't tell me about until I found the appointment card in his jacket when I was returning a borrowed coat. He's doing the work. He always does the work. That's not in question. I don't call. I put the phone in the cup holder. I think about Derek's face at the gala, looking at my hand and Piper's hand with that flat, clocking expression. I think about the blog post that has no specifics from a source who didn't have specifics but said something anyway. I think about Briggs saying it ends now like it's already done, like I already agreed in the room, like my answer is just a formality he didn't bother to wait for. I haven't agreed to anything. I start the engine. There's a line between loyalty and habit, and I've been standing on it for long enough that it started feeling like the same thing. But Briggs in that office just reminded me they're not. My loyalty is to this team, to the work, to the game. My habit is agreeing with the voice that sounds most like authority and moving on. I'm not moving on today. I pull out of the parking structure. I drive past the arena entrance and I see the billboard, the Northridge mock-up that went up 2 days ago, faster than I expected. Both of us. Side by side. Her in skates, me in gear, the on ice, off-script lettering across the bottom in clean white text. Someone photographed her laughing. I didn't know they got that. I didn't know it would be the one they used. I drive past without stopping. But I look at it in the rearview mirror until I can't see it anymore. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, What Coaches Don't Know, coming next. Chapter 9, What Coaches Don't Know, ***. Piper's POV. Plot point I, the arrangement deepens, Northridge wants a weekend press trip, 2 days in a lakeside hotel, photographed in natural couple moments. Piper and Mason travel alone for the first time. In the car, something shifts. He asks her about the fall, the real one, at Nationals. Not to poke a wound. Because he watched the footage and he can't figure out what happened technically, and the question is entirely sincere. She almost tells him the truth, that she'd been sleep-deprived and grieving a breakup and had competed anyway. She stops herself. But she doesn't deflect with sarcasm. Cliffhanger ***. They arrive at the hotel. 1 room. 2 beds. Tara did not communicate clearly. Chapter 10, Thin Ice. Mason's POV. The hotel room scene. Tension, banter, a negotiated arrangement of territory. But late that night, Mason wakes to hear Piper at the window, watching the frozen lake. He doesn't announce himself immediately. She's humming, a competition warm-up habit, he realizes. Something about watching her be unguarded and unaware he's there makes something behind his ribs go quiet in a way it hasn't in years. He goes back to bed without saying anything. The emotional midpoint has been set, morning, they're photographed on the lake shore. The images are warm, natural, and completely devastating to both their defenses. Chapter 11, The Playbook. Piper's POV. Back in Hartwell. The Northridge campaign launches. Billboards. A joint interview in Sports Now magazine. The interviewer asks what they genuinely admire about each other. Piper opens her mouth to give a PR answer and hears herself say, "He never skates like he's being watched. Even when everyone is watching." Mason is quiet for a second too long. The interviewer loves it. Piper hates herself a little. Subplot advancement * Piper's competitor Isla Gant appears at the rink for a crossover training event. She's talented and kind, and Piper feels something ugly in herself that she doesn't like. Her rivalry with Isla forces her to confront how much of her identity is wrapped in being the best. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 9. What Coaches Don't Know. Piper. I tell Coach Voss I'm visiting my mother for the weekend. My mother lives in Phoenix. She's fine. We talk on Sundays. She doesn't know anything about Northridge or Mason Cole or the fact that her daughter is currently loading a weekend bag into the trunk of a black SUV outside Hartwell Arena on a Friday morning while a hockey player she can't stand stands on the passenger side checking his phone like they do this all the time. We do not do this all the time. We have never done this before. You packed light, Mason says, when I close the trunk. 2 days, I say. I don't need much. He looks at his own bag, which is larger than mine. He doesn't say anything about it. We get in the car. Northridge arranged the vehicle, a driver for the 2-hour trip to Lake Caro, a resort called the Edgewood that I looked up last night and immediately felt underdressed for. The driver, a quiet man named Paul, pulls out of the lot without asking for confirmation. He already knows where we're going. I sit behind the passenger seat. Mason sits behind the driver. There is a full seat of empty space between us, which is technically enough room for another person and practically about 2 inches given the weight of everything neither of us is saying. For the first 20 minutes, we don't talk. I look out the window. Hartwell gives way to suburbs, then the highway, then the kind of open country that exists between places, bare fields, tree lines, the occasional overpass. Mason has his phone out, but I can tell from the way he's holding it that he's not reading anything. He's just giving himself something to look at that isn't me. Fine. Same. Then he says, without any particular lead-in, Nationals last year. I look at him. The fall, he says. In your short program. My hands are in my lap. I don't move them. I know what happened at Nationals. I watched the footage. He says it straight. Not apologetic, not aggressive, the same tone he used when he told me I was over-rotating. Factual. Like he's clearing up a thing that's been sitting unresolved. I couldn't figure out the technical failure. Your setup was clean. Your air position was correct. The rotation count was there. He pauses. What happened? I look at him for a long moment. Nobody asks me that. Voss has a version of events that she's filed under pressure response and mental block, and we work around it like a piece of furniture that's too heavy to move. Kira doesn't ask because it's not her job. Bria doesn't ask because she was there and she saw my face after and she knows better. Mason Cole is looking at me with a completely genuine question on his face. Not digging. Not performing sensitivity. He watched the footage and he can't figure out the technical answer and it's bothering him the way unsolved problems bother certain kinds of people, and he just asked me directly. I look out the window. I was tired, I say. He waits. And I don't know why, maybe it's the car, the enclosed space, the 2 hours between us and Hartwell and anything that knows us, but I go one sentence further than I planned to. I hadn't slept properly in 4 days. I stop. I choose the next word carefully. I was dealing with something personal. And I competed anyway because I didn't know how to not compete, and my body knew the program but the rest of me wasn't there. I turn back to the window. That's the technical failure. There isn't one. I just wasn't present. The silence after that is different from the silence before it. Okay, he says. Not I'm sorry and not that makes sense and not any of the things people say when they're trying to manage your feelings for you. Just okay. Like he received the information and put it where it belongs. I don't tell him the rest of it. I don't tell him about Eli, about the 3-year relationship that ended 11 days before nationals when he told me he was tired of coming second to a sport. I don't tell him about competing with that specific sentence living in my chest, the way it changed the weight of everything, the way I stood at the entrance to the ice and felt like I was made of something brittle. I don't tell him that the fall wasn't a surprise, not really, because some part of me had already collapsed before I ever left the ground. I don't tell him any of that. But I don't deflect either, which is what I usually do, and somehow that feels almost as exposing. What about you? I say, mostly to move the conversation. What about me? The game against Millbrook. November, 2 seasons ago. You were the best player on the ice for 50 minutes and then you weren't. I glance at him. I watched that footage too. He's quiet for a second. Then something at the corner of his mouth moves. You watched my footage. I was doing research. Research. For the campaign. Know your partner. I keep my voice even. What happened at Millbrook? He looks out his own window. I got a phone call at warm-up. I wait. About my dad. First real episode, he dropped something, couldn't pick it up, his hand wouldn't do what he told it to do. He didn't tell me until right before the game because he didn't want to pull my focus. A short pause. It pulled my focus. I don't say anything for a moment. He played through things his whole career, Mason says. Injuries, family stuff, contract disputes. Played through all of it. And then he called me 20 minutes before a game to tell me his hand wasn't working and I went out there and played like I'd never learned how to skate. He says it without heat. Just the plain shape of a memory he's already processed 50 times. I still lost us the game. You were human, I say. He looks at me. That's not a criticism, I say. That's just, you were human. You can't always skate through it. He holds my gaze for a moment. You tried to. Yes, I say. I did. And I fell. Outside, the highway opens into a long straight stretch, flat and gray-white in the winter light. Paul hasn't said a word in 2 hours. The heater hums. Something has shifted in the car, not dramatically, nothing you could point at, but the distance between the 2 seats feels less like territory and more like just space. Neither of us says anything else for the next 20 minutes. But he doesn't look at his phone again, and I don't look out the window again, and we arrive at Lake Caro sitting slightly differently than we left Hartwell. The Edgewood is exactly what the website showed, timber and glass, built into a hillside above the lake, the kind of place that photographs beautifully and was clearly designed with that in mind. The Northridge contact, a woman named Jess who communicates exclusively through organized spreadsheets and cheerful efficiency, is waiting in the lobby with a photographer and a brief rundown of the weekend. 2 days. Lakeside activities, a dinner tomorrow evening, some candid morning shots. Nothing scripted. Just be yourselves, but be yourselves somewhere photogenic. I smile at Jess and say all the right things and wait for Paul to bring up the bags. At the desk, the receptionist looks at her screen, looks at us, looks back at her screen. Mr. Cole and Ms. Hayes, she says. That's right, Mason says. Wonderful. She produces 2 key cards and slides them across the counter. You're in the lakeside suite. 3rd floor, the elevator's just around the corner. Breakfast service starts at 7, and the lake path is open from sunrise if you'd like to. The suite, I say. Yes, it's our premier lake-facing room, beautiful views of. 1 suite, I say. The receptionist blinks. Yes, as per the booking. 2 beds, full sitting area, the bathroom has. That's great, Mason says, picking up both key cards before I can say anything else. Thank you. He steers me away from the desk with one hand barely touching my elbow. I wait until we're at the elevator. 1 room, I say. I heard. Tara booked 1 room. It has 2 beds. He presses the button. I'll send her a strongly worded email. Mason. Piper. The elevator opens. He steps in. We're 2 adults who have managed to share an ice rink without incident for 10 days. We can share a suite for 48 hours. I step in. The doors close. Without incident, I say. We went viral. That was an incident with a good outcome. He holds out one of the key cards. Yours. I take it. The elevator rises. The suite is, genuinely, beautiful. I don't want to register that because I'm still sorting through the logistics of the situation, but the wall facing the lake is floor-to-ceiling glass and the view, frozen lake, pine tree line, the specific blue-gray of a winter afternoon sky, is the kind of thing you'd frame if you could. 2 beds. A sitting area in between. A door to the bathroom that locks, which I note immediately. Mason drops his bag on the far bed and goes to the window. He stands there for a second looking at the lake. We should go over tomorrow's schedule, I say, putting my bag on my bed. Jess sent a revised rundown. You read it already. On the drive up. The morning shots are at 8, which means I need to be up by 6:30 for my warm-up. There's an outdoor skating area on the east side of the property. I asked them to confirm the surface before we arrived. I pull out my phone. The dinner is at 7, it's in the main lodge, and Jess said keep it. Piper. I look up. He's turned from the window. He's not looking at his phone, not running through logistics. He's just looking at me with a patient expression, like he's waiting for something. What? I say. We have the rest of today before anything scheduled starts. Jess and the photographer are set up for tomorrow. We don't have to, he gestures at my phone, manage it right now. I look at my phone. Then at him. Then at the window and the frozen lake and the pine trees and the late afternoon light doing what late afternoon light does in winter, which is make everything look like a photograph you'd keep. I put the phone down. Fine, I say. Fine, he says. We order room service and eat at the sitting area table and I read a training article on my tablet and he watches what sounds like game footage on his phone with one earbud in and neither of us performs anything at all, and it is, unexpectedly, inconveniently, the most comfortable 2 hours I've had in recent memory. I don't say that out loud. I go to sleep at 10:15 with the lake on the other side of the glass and the quiet sounds of someone else breathing nearby, which should be strange and isn't. Chapter 10. Thin Ice. Mason. I wake up at 2 a.m. and she's not in her bed. I register this before I'm fully awake. The room is dark, the lake outside is dark, but my eyes have adjusted enough to see the shape of her bed and the shape of her absence. I push up onto one elbow. She's at the window. Standing in the space between the beds and the glass, wearing a hoodie over her pajamas, arms wrapped around herself loosely. Not distressed. Not pacing. Just standing there looking at the frozen lake like it said something she's still thinking about. I don't move. I should probably say something. Let her know I'm awake, not watch her without warning. That's the right call. I know it's the right call and I stay quiet anyway because something about the moment feels breakable, like speaking would change the shape of it and I'm not ready for that yet. She starts humming. Quiet. Not quite a melody I recognize at first. Just a line of notes, low and even, the way people hum when they're not performing it, when they don't know they're doing it or they've stopped caring. I listen for a few bars and then I place it. It's the opening of her short program music. I know it because I've heard it from the far end of the rink every morning for 10 days, and my brain filed it the way it files patterns, automatically, without being asked. This is what she sounds like when nobody's watching. Not the composed, precise person who timed the napkin conversation and folded the rules into quarters and keeps her face locked during every public appearance. Not the skater who runs her program like she's proving something. This is just a person standing at a window in the dark, humming music she knows from the inside, watching a frozen lake. Something behind my ribs goes quiet. It's the specific quiet that only happens when something has been noisy for so long you forgot what quiet felt like. I've spent 3 years with the volume at a constant level, training, games, sponsors, my father's health, the permanent background noise of performing Raymond Cole's legacy in a city where people remember his career better than they know mine. I've gotten so used to it that I stopped noticing it was there. Right now, watching Piper stand at the window not knowing I'm awake, I notice its absence. I don't think about what that means. I lie back down. I close my eyes. I listen to her hum 3 more bars of the short program opening until the sound fades out and I hear the soft movement of her returning to her bed. I fall back asleep to the sound of the lake outside and the quiet that she left in the room. The morning is cold and clear and the photographer, a low-key guy named Theo, seems to understand instinctively that the best thing he can do is stay out of our way and let the camera work at a distance. He follows us down to the lake path at 8 a.m. with a long lens and Jess trailing behind him with a hot drink and a clipboard she consults approximately every 4 minutes. The lake path is wooden boardwalk over ice and compacted snow, running along the near shore. Piper is in a winter jacket I haven't seen before, deep red, fitted, the hood up against the cold, and she has her hands in the pockets and her breath is fogging in the air and she's looking at the lake surface with the same expression she had at the window last night. I walk beside her and I don't mention last night. "How cold do you think it is?" she asks. "On the lake." "Cold enough." I look at the ice. The shore section is solid and opaque, no movement visible. Further out it gets darker, the kind of dark that means depth rather than freeze-through. "You're not thinking about going on it?" "Obviously not." She pauses. The ice on the rink is 24 degrees Fahrenheit during practice. I know exactly what 24 degrees feels like. She tilts her head slightly. This is colder than that. Fascinating information. I contain multitudes. I look at her. She's not looking at me, she's looking at the lake, but there's a difference in her face from the conference room version and the gala version and every version I've seen so far. The cold has put color in her face and she hasn't locked her expression down this morning, not performing, just here. In it. Theo is shooting from 40 feet back. I can see Jess watching the screen over his shoulder and not bothering to hide her satisfaction. "Can I ask you something?" Piper says. "Sure." "Yesterday in the car. Your dad." She looks at me now, direct. "Does he know you're paying his medical bills?" I was not prepared for that question. Not because it's hostile, it's not. Because it's precise. Most people don't ask precise questions about things I haven't offered them. Some of them, I say. He's managing what he can. I cover the rest without, I stop. Without making it a thing. He doesn't know the full amount. No. She nods slowly, processing. That's a heavy thing to carry by yourself. He'd stop the treatment if he thought it was a financial strain. I look at the lake. He's stubborn in a specific way where he'd rather not have something than take it from someone else. Even his own kid. "You're protecting him from the help," she says. That's exactly it, and I've never heard it phrased that way. I've never actually heard it phrased at all because I've never said any of this out loud to anyone. I'm saying it now, on a frozen lake path, to a person who 6 days ago I would have described as someone I had to work with and didn't particularly want to. "Yeah," I say. She looks back at the lake. The morning light is doing something specific to the ice surface out in the middle, catching it at a low angle, turning the dark patches silver. "My mother stopped competing when I was 7, Piper says. She was a serious skater. Not professional, but serious. She stopped because my lessons cost money and she decided she'd rather pay for mine." A pause. She never said that. She said she was done with it, she'd moved on, it was a young person's sport. I didn't figure out the real reason until I was 16 and found her old skating records in a box in the storage room. She's quiet for a moment. She protected me from the sacrifice too. I don't say anything. I just let it sit there between us, which feels like the right thing to do. We walk the rest of the path without talking. Behind us, 40 feet back, Theo is shooting and I'm not thinking about it at all. The photos run the next day. Tara sends me a selection, Jess's favorites from the weekend that Northridge approved for campaign use. There are 12 of them. The lake path shots, a few from the dinner, one from the lobby where we're both laughing at something I can't remember now. I scroll through them twice. They don't look like a campaign. They look like two people on a winter morning who are somewhere they want to be. Piper's face in the lake path shots is the face from the window, the humming in the dark face. I'm looking at her in at least 4 of them without knowing the camera caught it. That's the one Northridge is using for the next billboard, Tara's text reads. The one at the lake edge with the morning light. Mason, I don't know what happened up there but keep doing it. The whole internet is losing their mind. I put my phone down. I think about the window. The humming. The quiet that filled the room and stayed there until morning. I think about how long it's been since anything felt like that. I pick my phone up again. I look at the photo they're using. Both of us by the water, not posed, not selling anything. Her face turned slightly toward me. My face turned more than slightly toward her. This is already not the deal we made on the napkin. I know it and I don't know what to do with knowing it, so I close the photo and put the phone in my pocket and go to practice. Chapter 11. The Playbook. Piper. The billboard goes up on a Tuesday. I know because Bria texts me a photo of herself standing underneath it at 7:30 in the morning with her coffee raised like a toast. The caption, "You and your fake boyfriend are very big now, bestie." I read it twice and then I put my phone away and I do not think about the billboard or the photo or the fact that Mason's expression in it is one I've only seen twice in person and both times I didn't know what to do with it. I focus on my program. The Sports Now interview is scheduled for Thursday. A profile piece, both of us, joint setting, the magazine's sports correspondent, an hour in one of the arena's conference rooms. Kira briefs me on the angle, human interest, the unlikely partnership, what it's like to share a facility with someone from a completely different world. Standard campaign content. I know what to say. I've prepared answers for the predictable questions. I'm not prepared for what I actually say. The conference room is the same one from the Northridge pitch meeting. Different furniture arrangement, chairs angled toward each other instead of across a table, a small recorder on the end table, the interviewer a man named Paul Wren who has been in sports journalism long enough that he asks his questions like he's genuinely curious and not just filling an article quota. Mason gets there before me. He's in the far chair, jacket on, coffee in hand, doing the same thing I do when I arrive somewhere first, watching the room and deciding how much of himself to give it. He nods when I come in. I sit. Paul starts with the straightforward things, how the shared schedule began, the viral clip, how the Northridge conversation happened. We answer cleanly, together, the story we've agreed on. Not a lie exactly. A shaped version of the truth. It flows. Then Paul says, I want to ask something slightly different, if that's all right. He looks at both of us. What do you genuinely admire about the other person's athletic ability? Not the campaign answer. The real one. I look at Mason. He looks at me. Paul waits. Mason clears his throat slightly. He starts, and then stops, which is the first time I've heard Mason Cole not finish a sentence. He looks at his coffee for a second. She does the hardest jump in women's skating in the second half of her program, when fatigue is a factor, when her body has already been working for 2 minutes. And she makes it look like the most natural thing in the world. She makes it look like the ice asked for it. He pauses. I've been around skating my whole life. I know what hard is. What she does is hard. Paul is typing. I sit with the fact that I was not ready for that and I don't let it show. Piper. Paul says. And I open my mouth to say something prepared, something about Mason's leadership on the ice, his work ethic, his game statistics, something that's true and safe and doesn't cost me anything. I hear myself say, he never skates like he's being watched. The room is quiet. Even when everyone is watching, I say, because I'm already in it. In a game, at practice, in the middle of a drill, he skates like the ice is the only thing that's real. Like nothing outside the rink actually matters in those moments. I stop for half a second. That's the thing athletes spend their whole lives trying to get to. Being fully in the moment without the noise of everything watching. He already has it. Paul is smiling. Still typing. I do not look at Mason. I look at the recorder on the end table. The silence that follows is 1 second too long. 2 seconds. Paul looks up. He glances between us. His smile gets slightly wider. He thinks he's watching something happen in real time, and the worst part, the part one cannot address because we're in the middle of a recorded interview, is that he might not be entirely wrong. That's a good answer, Paul says. Thank you, I say, with the composure I have spent 22 years constructing. I finally look at Mason. He's looking at me. Not the recalibrating look, not the performing calm look. Something quieter and more direct, the look from the lake path caught by a camera he didn't know was there. I look away first. After the interview I go straight to the rink. I need the ice. I need the cold and the noise of my own blades and the clean problem of a program that still has rough edges, because those are things I can address directly and what's happening in the rest of my life right now is not. I'm 20 minutes into my warm-up when the side door opens. Not Mason. A girl, tall, maybe 17, with a skating bag over one shoulder and a posture that I recognize the same way I'd recognize my own reflection. The posture of someone who grew up on ice. Who carries themselves like the rink is the place that makes sense and everywhere else requires adjustment. Behind her, a woman who must be her coach. And behind the coach, Voss. Voss sees me and holds up one hand. Give me a minute. She's talking to the other coach in the low, specific way she talks when she's assessing something. The girl puts her bag down and looks at the ice. Then she looks at me. Isla Gant. I know her from competition footage the way you know anyone you've been watching at a distance. Younger than she looks in person, there's still something unfinished about her face in the way 17 always is, something that hasn't settled into its final shape. But she's tall for a skater and the way she's looking at the ice right now is the way I look at the ice, the way you only look at something when you love it without reservation. She sees me looking and she smiles. Open, uncalculated. The kind of smile that comes out of people who haven't learned yet to manage what their face does. Hi, she says. I'm Isla. I know, I say. I know who you are too. She nods toward the ice. I've watched your program since I was 12. Your back spin combination in the 2022 regional, I copied it for 2 years trying to get the timing right. I look at her. She's not performing. She's not managing me. She's just a 17-year-old who watched my programs at 12 and is telling me that now because it's true. Something moves in my chest that I don't like the shape of. Not because she said something wrong. Because she said something genuinely kind and my first response, underneath the surface, quick and ugly, was to calculate what it meant for my qualifier slot. To look at her wide-open smile and think competition before I thought person. I know what that is. I know exactly what it is. I've seen Voss do it. I've seen skaters do it to me. I don't want to be that. Your edge control on the Lutz entry is exceptional, I say. It's true. She has one of the cleanest Lutz setups I've seen at her age. You're going to do serious damage at the qualifier. Her face lights up. And something in me does the complicated math of genuinely wanting her to do well and genuinely needing the spot that might depend on her not doing as well as me, and not being able to resolve those two things into a clean answer. I skate back to center ice. I set up for the triple axel. I think about what Mason said in the interview, she makes it look like the ice asked for it, and I think about Isla Gant watching my 2022 regional at age 12, and I think about my mother's skating records in a box in a storage room, and I take off. Full rotation. Clean air. Landing edge holding. I don't fall. I stand at the mark for a second, breathing. Behind me, from the boards, I hear Isla say something quiet to her coach. I don't catch the words. But whatever she said it the way you say something when you just saw a thing worth seeing. I skate back to the start mark. I run it again. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, The Fall, and What Comes After, coming next. Chapter 12, The Fall, and What Comes After, asterisk asterisk. Mason's POV. Midpoint, everything changes. Mason watches Piper's qualifying practice from the stands, not scheduled to be there. She lands the triple axel combination clean for the first time since nationals. The arena is empty except for him and Coach Voss. When Piper comes off the ice, she doesn't see him right away. He watches her face in the moment between completing the element and putting her guard back up, pure, unguarded relief. When she spots him, she freezes. How long have you been there? Long enough. She's furious. He's quiet. And then, impossibly, he says, asterisk, you're the best skater I've ever seen. And I've been in arenas my whole life. Asterisk, she doesn't know what to do with that. Neither does he. That night, they have their first genuine, non-scripted conversation. It runs until 2 a.m. She finds out about his father. He finds out about her ex. Nothing is resolved. Everything is different. Chapter 13, Complications. Piper's POV. The morning after changes the texture of everything. Their public appearances feel less performed. Their arguments on the ice feel warmer, more sparring than hostility. Coach Voss notices. Asterisk, don't get distracted, Piper. That's what he does. Asterisk, Piper bristles but can't entirely dismiss it. Mason's schedule intensifies. The Wolves are in a tight playoff race. He's exhausted. She brings him coffee to the rink without deciding to. He looks at the cup, then at her, and says nothing. Plot twist planted. Asterisk, Coach Briggs approaches Piper privately, without Mason's knowledge. He has an offer, and a warning. Chapter 14, Offside. Mason's POV. Plot point 2, All is Lost begins. Coach Briggs tells Mason that the arena board has voted to restructure the ice schedule. The figure skating program will be relocated to a satellite rink across the city, effective after the season. Mason realizes this means Piper loses her primary training facility with 6 weeks to nationals. He also realizes Briggs must have been engineering this for months. When Mason confronts him, Briggs delivers the real blow. Asterisk, Northage has a clause, if either campaign partner is linked to arena controversy, the deal voids. You want to protect your girl's training facility or your deal. Asterisk, Mason is trapped. He says nothing to Piper. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. Arrivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 12. The Fall, and What Comes After. Mason. I'm not supposed to be here. That's the first thing I think when I sit down in the upper section of the arena stands on a Thursday afternoon and realize the only other person in the building is Coach Voss, standing at the far boards with a clipboard and an expression like a closed courtroom. My practice ended 2 hours ago. I should be at the gym, or home, or anywhere that isn't the arena's main rink on my day off. But Tara forwarded me the week's campaign schedule this morning and it listed Piper's qualifier prep session as a public access practice, meaning anyone could be here, meaning I'm technically not doing anything wrong by being in these seats with a water bottle and my jacket pulled up and no particular explanation prepared. The lie I'm telling myself is that I wanted somewhere quiet to review game footage on my phone. The truth is I've been thinking about the triple axel since the day she told me she couldn't land it clean. The session has been running for 40 minutes. I've been here for 30. Voss hasn't seen me, she's ringside, focused forward, making notes. Piper doesn't know I'm in the building. She's running her full program. I've seen pieces of it over the last 3 weeks but never the whole thing, never from start to finish with the music and the full commitment she gives it when she thinks she's working without an audience. It's different from practice runs. Every element lands with a weight that the drill repetitions don't have, the spins are deeper, the step sequence has something in it that looks almost reckless except that it's controlled down to the millimeter, and she moves through the ice like she's having a conversation with it rather than performing on top of it. The triple axel combination is in the second half. I know because I've memorized the layout without meaning to. Step sequence into the combination, triple axel, immediate 3-turn, triple toe loop. The hardest sequence she runs, the one she's been rebuilding since nationals, the one she goes down on at least once every practice session I've accidentally caught while pretending to focus on my own work. She sets up. I stop looking at my phone. Her entry edge is clean, deep and forward and committed, the approach she sometimes rushes when she's in her head. Not today. She takes off, and she's in the air with the full height she needs, and the rotation is there, 1 2 3 and the half, and her blade finds the ice in the exact position it should be in, landing edge holding, free leg extended, arms opening out. She doesn't fall. The toe loop follows immediately. Up, around, down. Clean. The combination is done. She runs the final sequence and pulls into her ending position, one arm extended, head up, chest rising and falling, and the music cuts. The arena is silent. And for about 4 seconds, before she does anything else, before she moves or looks at Voss or begins the practical assessment of what she just skated, her face does something I have never seen it do. It just opens. Not a performance of relief. Not the composed version she'd wear if she knew anyone was watching. This is what lives underneath all of it, the control, the locked expressions, the 3-word answers, the napkin contracts and the careful management of every interaction. Underneath all of that is a person who loves this sport so much that landing a jump she's been chasing for 8 months makes her face go completely defenseless for the space of a breath. Something happens to me in those 4 seconds that I don't have a category for yet. I watch her skate to the boards where Voss is already talking, clipboard raised. I watch her listen, nod, answer something. The guard is back. The assessment is running. She's already in the next conversation, the one about what needs cleaning and where the program goes from here. I should leave. I don't leave. She pushes off the boards for another pass across the ice and then stops because she's spotted me. I watch her register me from 30 feet away. Her edges stop. Her posture changes, not hostile, something more complicated than that. She stands still on the ice and looks up at the seats where I'm sitting, and I can see her running the same calculation I'd be running. How long have you been here and what exactly did you see? She skates to the gate and comes off the ice and walks up the section stairs toward me in her skates, which she does with the same ease as walking, and she stops 2 rows down with the height difference between us equalized. How long have you been there, she says. Long enough. She goes very still. It's not the anger from the first morning, not the blade-sharp precision she uses when she's managing something. This is a different kind of still. The kind that happens when someone has seen something you didn't offer them and you're figuring out whether it's a violation or not. You watched me land it, she says. Yes. You didn't tell me you were here. No, I hold her gaze. I didn't want to change it. She looks at me for a long moment. Her jaw shifts slightly. I wait for the door to close, for the composed version to step back in and redirect the conversation somewhere manageable. Then I say, "You're the best skater I've ever seen." She blinks. And I've been in arenas my whole life. I say it straight, the way I'd tell her the ice was soft on the far end. Not a pitch. Not a campaign line. Just true. I don't say that to every skater I watch. I don't say it to most of them. I'm saying it to you because it's accurate and I think you should hear it from someone who's not getting paid to manage your confidence. The silence after that is longer than any silence we've had before. She sits down on the step 2 rows below me. Not close exactly, but not the deliberate distance she usually keeps. She puts her skate bag down beside her and she looks at the ice for a moment. I didn't know if I still had it, she says quietly. The jump. All of it. She looks at her hands. After nationals, after the fall, I knew technically how to fix it. I knew the mechanics. But there's a part of you that lands wrong, and then every time you set up for the jump afterward you're carrying the memory of the landing wrong right there in your chest, and it changes the whole thing. She pauses. Voss kept calling it a mental block. I kept calling it a mechanical issue because mechanical issues have solutions. And now. She looks up at the ice. Now I think it was both. I come down 2 rows and sit 1 step above her, because standing over this conversation feels wrong. She doesn't move away. The first time I missed a crucial face-off in a playoff game, I say, I stood at the dot for the next 6 draws and couldn't feel my stick. Knew the technique. Knew exactly what I was supposed to do. But my hands had decided to remember missing it instead of making it. I rest my arms on my knees. Took me 11 games to stop playing against the memory. What fixed it? Nothing fixed it. I just kept showing up until there were enough new memories on top of it that the old one stopped being the loudest one. She's quiet for a moment, thinking. Then, that's not a great solution. No, I agree. It's just the one that works. She almost smiles. We sit there on the arena stairs in the empty building while Voss packs up her clipboard at the boards below and pretends she hasn't noticed me in the stands, though she has, because Voss notices everything. I wasn't sleeping, Piper says. I look at her. At nationals. The personal thing I mentioned in the car. She's still looking at the ice. My ex. His name was Eli. We were together 3 years and he ended it 11 days before the qualifier because he said he was tired of coming second to skating. A pause. He wasn't wrong that skating came first. He was wrong that I owed him an apology for it. She picks up the end of her skate lace and wraps it around 1 finger slowly. I competed anyway because I didn't know how not to. I thought I could hold it together. She lets the lace unwind. I couldn't. He left 11 days before nationals, I say. Yes. And your first thought was to compete anyway. My first thought was that he wasn't allowed to take that from me too. She says it evenly, but there's something underneath it that isn't even at all. My second thought was that I wasn't sure I could hold the program together. I was right about both of them. I think about someone walking out on her 11 days before the most important competition of her year. I think about her standing at the ice entrance with that specific weight in her chest and deciding to compete anyway, not because she was reckless but because she was a person who didn't know how to let the thing she loved get taken from her along with everything else. He didn't deserve 3 years, I say. She looks at me. Anyone who looks at what you do on that ice and decides it's a problem to solve instead of a thing to be, I stop, look for the right words, find them. He was watching the wrong thing. She holds my gaze for a moment. Something moves through her expression that I think might be the closest she gets to saying thank you without saying it. Your father, she says, after a moment. What's his actual prognosis? Good, right now. The medication is managing the symptoms. The specialist thinks if he stays consistent with the program he has another few quality years before the progression gets harder. I look at the boards below. He doesn't know I know the full extent of it. His doctor mentioned more than my dad intended them to, and I've been sitting with the information since February. You've been carrying that alone since February. I'm used to carrying things alone. Mason. She says my name in a way she hasn't before. Not sharp, not careful. Direct. That's not something to be used to. I don't have an answer for that. It sits in the air between us and I don't try to move it. We stay on those arena stairs until 2 a.m. Not the whole time sitting. We move at some point. The arena staff gave up asking us to leave around midnight when I mentioned the campaign, and they apparently decided we were someone else's problem. We end up in the corridor outside the main rink with our backs against the wall and the distant hum of the building's climate system running, and we talk the way 2 people talk when the performance of a conversation has finally been worn down to something underneath. She tells me about her mother's skating records in the storage room. I tell her about the night before my first NHL game when I sat in my car for an hour and couldn't remember why I wanted this. She tells me that Isla Gant watched her 2022 regional at age 12 and copied her back-spin combination for 2 years, and how that should have been a simple thing to hear and wasn't. I tell her about Derek's face at the gala, which I've been filing away without looking at directly. She goes quiet when I mention Derek. How well do you know him? She asks. Well enough that I should trust him completely, I say. And something keeps stopping me. She doesn't press it. At 2 a.m. she stands up and stretches and says she has a 5:45 session in 4 hours and needs to sleep, and I say the same because it's true, and we walk to the parking lot in the particular quiet of people who have said more than they plan to and are still deciding what it means. At her car she stops and looks at me. The thing you said, she says. About being the best skater you've seen. Yes. Did you mean it? I don't say things I don't mean. She studies me. Searching for the performance, the campaign angle, the managed version. She doesn't find it because it isn't there. Okay, she says. She gets in her car. I stand in the parking lot until her taillights disappear. Then I get in my own car and sit in the dark for a while, thinking about 4 seconds of unguarded relief on a skater's face and the specific quiet it put in my chest, and wondering at what point between the napkin contract and right now this became something I don't know how to stop. Chapter 13. Complications. Piper. The morning after changes everything and I pretend it doesn't. This is a skill I've been developing my entire career. The ability to put something in a separate room in my head, close the door, and function on the other side of the door with full competence. I used it after nationals. I used it after Eli. I use it now, standing at the boards at 6 a.m. watching the shared session run, keeping my eyes on my own end of the ice and my thoughts on my program and the triple axel combination that I landed clean yesterday in front of a person who stayed in those stands for 30 minutes without announcing himself and then sat with me until 2 a.m. and said something that lives in my chest now whether I've given it permission to or not. You're the best skater I've ever seen. And I've been in arenas my whole life. I put it in the room. I close the door. I run my warm-up. The thing is, the door doesn't stay closed as well as it used to. Over the following week I notice it in small ways that I can almost explain away individually and can't explain away together. The way our arguments on the ice shift texture, less collision, more contact. He tells me I'm in his drill line and I tell him his drill line is badly designed and he says that's a strong critique from someone who runs the same sequence 47 times before breakfast and I tell him repetition is a methodology not a compulsion and he says that sounds like something you'd say about a compulsion, and I'm 2 sentences in before I realize I'm smiling. I stop smiling. He sees me stop. He looks like he's filing it. The public appearances feel different too. Not performed badly, actually less performed, which is either better or more dangerous depending on how you look at it. At the youth hockey charity event Thursday evening we stand in the right places and say the right things for the cameras and then somehow end up in the corner of the room talking to a 9-year-old girl in a Wolves jersey who wants to know if figure skating is harder than hockey, and Mason looks at me and I look at him and we both say yes at the same time without any discussion, and the girl laughs, and the photo someone takes in that exact moment gets more engagement than any of the official campaign content that week. I don't analyze it. I run my program. Voss notices on Wednesday. She waits until after the session, until it's just the two of us in the rink, and she says it the way she says everything, straight across the table, no rapping on it. You're distracted. My program was clean today. Your program was clean. You were distracted. She looks at me with the expression she reserves for things she considers preventable problems. This is what proximity does, Piper. You spend enough time with someone and your brain starts constructing a narrative that isn't there. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm describing a pattern that I've watched derail athletes before you and will derail athletes after you. She picks up her clipboard. He's a hockey player with a media deal who needed a story. You gave him one. That's the arrangement. Don't let it become more than the arrangement. I stand very still. Don't get distracted, she says. That's what he does. I bristle. I feel it physically, the specific tightening across my shoulders that happens when someone says something I can't argue with cleanly because it contains one true thing wrapped around something that isn't. He is a hockey player with a deal who needed a story. The rest of it, the arena stairs, the 2 a.m. conversation, the things we said about his father and my ex in the fall at Nationals, I don't know what to call that from the outside. From the outside it probably looks exactly like what Voss is describing. From the inside it felt like the first time in a long time that I said something real and it landed somewhere real. I hear you, I tell Voss. She nods once. She picks up her bag. She leaves. I stand at the empty boards and I think, she's not wrong about the risk. She's not right about the reason. I don't know what to do with that. Mason's schedule gets brutal in the third week. The Wolves are 3 points out of a playoff position with 7 games left. The team is in every morning, practice sessions running long, Briggs pushing the conditioning harder than the regular season warrants. Mason shows up to the shared sessions looking like he's running on 4 hours of sleep and pure professional stubbornness. I notice because I'm on the same ice. That's the reason I give myself. On Thursday I'm coming through the arena side entrance at 7:30 a.m., post-practice, heading to the physio suite for my ankle maintenance, and the arena cafe is open. I stop at the counter. I order my usual, a black coffee that Bria says tastes like motor oil, and I drink anyway because my taste preferences in coffee are not a personality flaw. Then, without deciding to, I order a second one. I stand at the counter waiting for them and I have a brief internal conversation with myself about what I'm doing. The internal conversation is short and inconclusive. The coffees come. I carry both of them down the corridor to the ice entrance. Mason is at the boards, talking to one of the assistant coaches, finishing up after the team session. The assistant coach sees me coming and reads the room in a way that I find slightly embarrassing, finding somewhere else to be with impressive speed. Mason turns. I hold out the second coffee. He looks at it. Then he looks at me. He doesn't say thank you and he doesn't say what's this and he doesn't make it a thing in either direction. He takes the cup. He takes a sip. He looks at me for 1 second with an expression I feel in the back of my throat. Then he looks back at the ice. Your entry edge on the axle has been 3 millimeters too far inside all week, he says. I know, I say. Just noting it. Noted, I say. I go to the physio suite. I spend the next 40 minutes having my ankle worked on and thinking about absolutely nothing related to Mason Cole, which is a complete success that I am fully committed to. Coach Briggs finds me on Friday afternoon. I'm in the corridor outside the storage room, skate bag over one shoulder, heading for the exit. He comes from the direction of the coaching offices, not quickly, not like a coincidence. He's been waiting for me to be here alone. I clock this before he says a word. Ms. Hayes. He stops at a comfortable distance. Professional. Do you have a moment? I have all the moments. I have nowhere to be for 3 hours. But something in the careful shape of his timing makes me want to say no and mean it. Sure, I say. He clasps his hands in front of him. He has the manner of a man who has delivered difficult information many times and has developed a method for it. I'll be straightforward with you. I've been following the Northridge campaign. As it concerns one of my players, it falls within my interest to do so. I want you to know I have no objection to you personally. My concerns are about Mason and his focus during a critical season. I wait. I'd like to offer you something, he says. The Hartwell Youth Skating Alliance is looking for a program ambassador. Visible role, strong stipend, your face attached to a well-funded organization. I have a connection to their board. He tilts his head slightly. It would more than compensate for the Northridge arrangement. And it would remove the complication of a relationship that I think, with respect, is putting both of you in difficult positions. I look at him. He's watching me with that measuring expression. Patient and certain in the way that people are certain when they've already decided what the answer will be. You're asking me to end the Northridge deal and take your referral instead, I say. I'm offering you an opportunity. Through your board connection. Yes. In exchange for stepping away from Mason. He doesn't confirm it directly. He doesn't need to. The shape of the offer does it for him. I'll think about it, I say. It is the exact thing I said to Mason in the conference room hallway. It is equally untrue in the same direction, not a yes, but no longer the clean no I'd have given him 5 minutes ago. Because the offer isn't nothing. The alliance role is real and the stipend is real and the qualifier selection committee cares about community visibility, and this would give me that without the complication of an arrangement that is no longer as clean as a napkin contract is supposed to be. I think about what Voss said. Don't get distracted. That's what he does. I think about what Briggs just did, which has come to me privately, without Mason's knowledge, and place an offer between me and the thing I didn't plan to want. I pick up my bag. I'll think about it, I say again. I walk out. I don't tell Mason. I tell myself it's because there's nothing to tell yet. I'm thinking about it. It might come to nothing. I'll make a decision and then I'll figure out what to say. I tell myself that all the way to my car, and through the drive home, and into the evening, and it almost works. It almost works until I remember his face when I handed him the coffee. The way he looked at me for that 1 second before he looked back at the ice. Then it doesn't work at all. Chapter 14. Offside. Mason. Briggs calls me in on a Monday. It's not unusual. Monday after a game is standard, tape review, adjustment notes, the weekly reminder of what we did wrong and what we need to fix before Thursday. I sit across from his desk in the same chair I've sat in 30 times and I wait for the usual shape of the conversation. He doesn't open with film. He opens with a folder. The arena board met Friday evening, he says. He puts the folder on the desk between us but doesn't open it. A restructuring proposal has been approved. Effective at the end of this season, the main rink scheduling allocation will be redistributed to better serve the Wolves' expanded practice requirements. I look at the folder. What does that mean for the skating program? The figure skating division will be relocated to the Eastfield satellite facility. He says it cleanly, like a schedule change. Like this is a thing that happened and not a thing that was engineered. It's a functional facility. Adequate for their needs. I sit with that for a second. Eastfield is 40 minutes across the city. I've been to it once, a small rink, older surface, limited ice time, used primarily for children's recreational programs. The kind of facility that works for beginners. Not for a national qualifier candidate running a 5-element technical program 6 weeks out from competition. When was this proposed? I ask. The groundwork has been in development for several months. He opens the folder now, a single page, board letterhead, the words I already know printed in the clean language of a decision that's been made. I wanted you to hear it from me directly given your current, a brief pause, associations. Several months. I think about the shared schedule that began because of a roof issue. I think about the timing. I think about the blog post that had no specific sourcing and the way Briggs knew about the Northage deal before I'd told anyone on the team. I think about things clicking into place that I wish weren't clicking. You've been working toward this since before the roof issue, I say. He doesn't deny it. He closes the folder. The roof issue created an opportunity to review the facility's long-term allocation. Yes. You put her program in the main rink for 2 weeks knowing you were already planning to move them out of it permanently. I put the Wolves in the main rink because our practice facility had a structural issue. His voice stays level. The board's decision is separate from that. It is not separate from that. We both know it is not separate from that. I look at the folder. 6 weeks to nationals for Piper. The triple axle combination she's been rebuilding since last season, finally landing clean on the main rink ice she knows by the millimeter, its temperature, its texture, the specific way the surface holds an edge in the second hour of practice. Eastfield has different ice. Different boards. Different everything. 6 weeks out, you don't change your training surface. Not if you want to keep what you've built. I stand up. Sit down, Mason. I sit. Because he's my coach and we're in his office and I've sat in this chair 30 times and the habit of it is stronger than the anger right now. I understand this is complicated by your personal situation, Briggs says. That's why I'm telling you directly instead of letting you find out through channels. He leans forward. But I want you to understand the full picture before you do anything. Northage has a contractual clause, standard language in campaign agreements of this type. If either partner becomes associated with an arena controversy or institutional conflict, the deal is subject to immediate review and possible termination. I don't move. The relocation decision is not a controversy, he says. It's a board decision, made through proper channels, entirely above board. Unless someone makes it a controversy. He looks at me. If you go public with objections, if you involve yourself, if this becomes a thing in the media, Northridge will see it as exactly the kind of story their campaign cannot be attached to. And the deal voids. The room is very quiet. So, he says, and his voice has the patient certainty of a man who planned this to land this way, you can protect your girls' training facility and lose the deal. Or you can keep the deal and let the board's decision stand without interference. He opens his hands slightly. Your choice. I look at him for a long moment. I think about my father's medical bills, face down on my kitchen counter. I think about the number on the back of the Northridge deck and what it covers and how long. I think about Piper on the arena stairs saying I competed anyway because I didn't know how not to compete, and the 4 seconds of unguarded relief on her face when she finally landed the combination clean. I think about Briggs saying several months and the shape of everything that's been building underneath the arrangement I thought I understood. I need to think, I say. Of course. He closes the folder. Sits back. Certain. Already treating it like I've chosen. Take the week. I stand. Mason. He says it the way he said it the last time I was in this chair, the tone that comes right before something about my father. I stop at the door. You're a good player. I mean that. You could be a great one. But great players don't get distracted by complications that were never theirs to carry. I walk out. I drive for 45 minutes without going anywhere specific. Just the city. The highway loop. The long flat stretch past the commercial district where the Northridge billboard went up last week, both of us, the lake path photo, the morning light doing what it did that Tara said was destroying the internet. I drive past it twice. The second time I pull over and I sit in the car and I look at it. She's looking at the lake in the photo. I'm looking at her. The whole internet can see what my face is doing and I couldn't see it myself until Tara sent me the file and I looked at it for a long time in my kitchen and then closed my phone and didn't open it again. I think about telling her. I reach for my phone twice. Both times I put it down. Because if I tell her, she'll fight it. I know her well enough now to know that without question, she will call Kira and call the board and call anyone who will listen, and it will become the controversy Briggs described, and the clause will trigger, and the deal will void, and the bills on my kitchen counter don't go away. And if I don't tell her, if I say nothing, if I let the week pass and the board decision becomes official and she finds out through channels that I already knew. I sit with that. I think about the window at the hotel. The humming. The specific quiet that filled the room and stayed with me for days afterward. I think about her handing me a coffee without deciding to and the way it felt like something true in a week full of managed things. I pick up my phone. I put it down. I look at the billboard. On ice, off script. I chose wrong. I know it before the week is up. I know it sitting in my car in the dark looking at a photograph of a moment that was real, and I say nothing, and every day I say nothing the wrong choice gets heavier and the right one gets further away. I say nothing. I tell myself it's temporary. I'll find another way. I'll figure out a solution that doesn't require her to know what I know. I tell myself that. It's the worst thing I've done in a long time. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Static, coming next. Chapter 15, Static, ***. Piper's POV. Piper notices Mason pulling back. He's still showing up to appearances, still doing everything on the napkin contract, but the 2 a.m. conversations have stopped. She tells herself this is fine. This was always the deal. She throws herself into training. During a brutal practice, she re-aggravates a tendon strain in her landing ankle. Coach Voss minimizes it. Piper minimizes it. But the reader knows, cliffhanger, Piper is approached by a reporter after practice who asks for a comment on ***, the rink relocation announcement. *** Piper has no idea what they're talking about. Chapter 16, The Leak. Piper's POV. Piper researches. The arena restructure is real. It will destroy her training program. And Mason has known for at least a week. She calls him. He doesn't answer. She shows up at the Wolves' post-game tunnel. When he emerges, she doesn't raise her voice. She just looks at him. Asterisk, you knew. Asterisk, he doesn't deny it. She walks away. This is the formal emotional break. Whatever was real between them cracks down the center. She calls her agent and ends the Northage arrangement. Mason watches her go and doesn't chase her, because he doesn't know yet that Derek has just done something far worse. Chapter 17, The Real Betrayal. Mason's POV. Mason finds out, Derek has been the source leaking to the blog all along. And he didn't just plant the "it's fake" rumor. He sent an email to Coach Briggs months ago flagging the relationship as a PR liability, which triggered Briggs's move against the rink schedule. Derek wasn't trying to protect Mason. He was trying to dismantle him, jealousy over Mason's starter position, over the Northage deal, over the attention. Mason confronts Derek in the locker room. The scene is quiet and devastating rather than explosive. Mason doesn't fight. He just looks at his longest friend and says, asterisk, was any of it real? Asterisk, Derek doesn't answer. Mason leaves. He's now lost the deal, his friendship, and Piper, all from the same wound. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 15. Static. Piper. I know something is wrong before I can name what it is. That's the worst kind of knowing. The kind that sits in your peripheral vision and disappears every time you look directly at it. I can't point to a single thing Mason has done or said or stopped doing that constitutes a problem. He shows up to the shared sessions. He shows up to the appearances. He answers my texts within a reasonable window. On the surface of it, the arrangement is running exactly as the napkin contract described. But the 2 a.m. conversations have stopped. Not dramatically. No announcement, no explanation, no version of I think we should pull back. They just stop the way things stop when someone decides something privately and then enacts the decision through absence. One night he leaves the arena at normal time instead of staying. Then another. Then a week passes and the corridor outside the main rink has just been a corridor again, and I've been going home at 10 p.m. like a person with appropriate boundaries, and I tell myself this is fine. This was always the deal. 3 months of appearances and a campaign and then we walk away clean. That was Rule 4, written on a napkin in my own handwriting. I know what this is. I have always known what this is. I tell myself that every morning when I lace up and again every evening when I drive home and one more time before I sleep, and it works most of the time. Most. I throw myself into training the way I throw myself into everything when the rest of my life needs to be somewhere I'm not thinking about. Completely. With both hands. No space left for anything that isn't the program. Voss has the qualifier prep schedule running at maximum intensity now, 6 weeks out, every session structured, every element logged and assessed and adjusted. The triple axle combination has been landing consistently for 8 days. The step sequence is where it needs to be. The spins are cleaner than they've been since before nationals. On paper, I am in the best shape of my competitive season. My ankle is not on paper. It started as a dull ache in the second week of shared sessions, the tendon strain I mentioned to my physio and told myself was managed. Ice and tape and modified loading patterns and it had been fine. Manageable. The kind of thing you work around because you've been working around body complaints since you were 12 years old and you know the difference between stop and adjust. On Thursday I find out I was wrong about which one this was. I'm in the second run of my full program, the back half, combination approaching, and I take off on the axle and something in my landing ankle fires wrong. Not the full wrong of a catastrophic injury, not a snap or a tear or the white blank shock of something serious. Just a sharp, specific wrongness, like a string pulled too tight, and when my blade hits the ice on the landing my weight distribution shifts automatically to compensate and I come down on 2 feet instead of 1. I don't fall. But the combination is gone and the ankle is talking to me in a language I don't like. I stop skating. I stand at center ice for a second. I do an assessment, weight on the ankle, circle, inside edge, outside edge. It holds. It hurts, but it holds. Voss is at the boards. She watched the 2-foot landing. I skate over before she says anything. It's the tendon, I say. I saw. She's already writing something on her clipboard. Her expression is measured. Not alarmed, which should be reassuring. How bad? Manageable. She looks at me with the specific look she reserves for when I say things she suspects aren't fully true. Scale. 4. Maybe 5. You went to 2 feet. Compensation reflex. The jump was fine. I reach down and press 2 fingers against the inside of my ankle through the boot. It's not the fall, Voss. It's not structural. It's the tendon. I know what it is. She caps her pen. We modify tomorrow's session. No combination work until the physio clears the loading. 6 weeks out, I can't pull the combination. You can't run the combination on a tendon that just reminded you it exists, she says. One day. We assess tomorrow. I stand at the boards and I want to argue and I don't because she's right and I know she's right and the part of me that wants to argue isn't actually about the training plan. It's about having one more thing shift underneath me when I was already working hard to keep my footing. Fine, I say. I get off the ice. I sit on the bench and I take my skate off carefully and I rotate my ankle through its range and it's a 4, maybe a 5, manageable. I was not wrong about that. I tape it myself because the physio isn't in until tomorrow and I know how to do this with my eyes closed. I wrap it firm and even and I put my shoe back on and I sit there for a moment with my hands in my lap. I don't think about Mason. I specifically do not think about the fact that 3 weeks ago he noticed my entry edge was 3 millimeters too far inside, which was true, and that a correction like that could be part of why the landing load has been slightly off axis all week, and that I haven't mentioned the ankle to him because we're not having 2 a.m. conversations anymore and he's doing the arranged version of this now and I'm not going to. I pick up my skate bag. I walk out. The reporter is waiting near the side exit. I notice her because she's positioned just outside the door with a recorder in her hand and the specific posture of someone who has been standing in a cold corridor long enough to get impatient. Young, maybe 25, press badge from a local sports outlet clipped to her jacket. She sees me before I see her and she moves to intercept with the practiced efficiency of someone who's had people try to walk past her before. Piper Hayes, she says. Cara Mendez, Hartwell Sports Digest. Do you have a moment? I have about 30 seconds of patience, which is what my ankle and the modified session and the thing I'm not thinking about have left me with. What's it about? The rink relocation announcement. She holds the recorder steady. I'd love to get your response to the board's decision, specifically what it means for the figure skating program's qualifier preparation. I stop. I look at her. The what? I say. She blinks. A quick recalibration, the same thing I saw on Mason's face that first morning, the moment of figuring out what version of this situation they're in. The arena board's restructuring decision, she says, more carefully. Announced last week. The figure skating division's relocation to the Eastfield facility. I stand completely still. The corridor is cold. The distant sound of the Wolves' afternoon session comes through the walls, blades, whistles, the low percussion of a drill in progress. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. My brain is very quiet and very fast at the same time. Last week, she said. Announced last week. I don't have a comment right now, I say. She starts to ask a follow-up and I'm already moving, past her, through the door, out into the parking lot where the cold air hits me full in the face and my ankle says something sharp and I don't slow down. I get to my car. I sit. I pull out my phone and I search, Hartwell Arena figure skating relocation. The results load. I read it again. The board meeting was Friday. The decision was formalized and distributed Monday. Today is Thursday. The announcement has been public for 4 days, and it is exactly what it sounds like, the figure skating program, effective end of season, relocated to the Eastfield satellite facility to accommodate expanded Wolves practice scheduling. 6 weeks to nationals. Eastfield. I think about Eastfield. I've been there once for a youth program benefit 3 years ago. Small rink. Old boards. Ice surface that hadn't been properly maintained in years, soft in the corners, rough along the near goal line. The kind of facility that is fine for what it's designed for and not even close to fine for what I need it to be. I think about the triple axle combination that I have been rebuilding on this ice. On this specific ice, its temperature, its texture, the way the surface gives in the first half and firms up in the second hour, all of it logged in my body through daily repetition. 6 weeks out, you don't change surfaces. You don't change anything. My hands are flat on the steering wheel. I think about last week. About Mason showing up to appearances and answering texts in reasonable windows and doing everything on the napkin contract while the 2 a.m. conversations stopped without explanation. I think about last week and announced last week in 4 days. I pick up my phone. I call him. It rings 4 times and goes to voicemail. I don't leave one. I put the car in drive. Chapter 16. The leak. Piper. I sit in the parking lot outside the Wolves' home arena for 22 minutes. Not because I don't know what I'm doing here. Because I do know, exactly, and I'm giving myself the time to decide what version of myself walks through that door. The one who is furious, which I am, completely, cleanly, the kind of angry that starts cold and gets colder. Or the one who handles it. Who asks the question, hears the answer, and then decides what to do with it from a place of information rather than feeling. I've been an athlete my whole life. I know how to perform under pressure. I know how to take what's happening inside and put it somewhere it won't interfere with the thing that matters. I walk through the door. The Wolves have a home game tonight. The post-game window is the only time I know Mason's location with certainty. Players come through the tunnel from the locker room to the family and media corridor in the 40 minutes after the final buzzer. I've been to 2 post-game events for the campaign. I know the layout. I find a spot near the tunnel exit where I won't be in the way of the media scrums but I'll be in his line of sight when he comes out. I'm in my training gear still, I didn't go home, I drove directly here, and I don't have a press pass or a campaign credential and I don't care. I wait. Players come out in groups. Some stop for media, some move straight to family waiting nearby. I see Martinez. I see 2 players I recognize from the early shared sessions. I see Derek Calloway come out laughing at something on his phone and he looks up and sees me and the laugh doesn't exactly stop but something behind it does, and he moves toward the family area without coming near me. I file that away. Mason comes out alone. He has his bag over one shoulder and his game night suit jacket still on, no tie, hair damp from the post-game shower. He's looking at his phone when he comes through the door. He looks up, habit, scanning the corridor, and he sees me. He goes still. Not surprised, exactly. More like a person who has been waiting for something to arrive and it has arrived and there's a specific tiredness in him that says he knew it was coming. I let him walk toward me. I don't move. He stops 3 feet away. I look at him. You knew, I say. He doesn't deny it. That's the thing that lands hardest, not a pause, not a what are you talking about, not any of the deflection strategies that would at least give me something to push back against. He just looks at me with that specific tiredness and he doesn't say no. How long? I ask. A week. One word. 1 week. 7 days of showing up to appearances and answering texts and doing everything on the contract while the arena board's decision sat somewhere in his chest and he said nothing. I think about the hotel. The lake path. The arena stairs until 2 a.m. All the things I said that I haven't said to anyone else, that I gave him because something in me decided he was worth giving them to. I think about I need this deal. I think about the bills on his kitchen counter. I understand it. I understand exactly why he did it and what it cost him, and I understand all of it completely, and it doesn't change what it is. Okay, I say. He opens his mouth. Don't. I pick up my bag. Don't explain it right now. I can't hear the explanation right now. Piper. Mason. I look at him. Full and direct and all the way through the managing of it. You knew my training facility was being taken 6 weeks out from nationals and you said nothing for a week. Whatever the reason was, and I'm sure the reason is real, you made that choice. I hold his gaze for one more second. I made choices too. I thought I knew what they were. I walk away. He doesn't call after me. I don't know if that's respect for what I just said or something else, and I don't turn around to read it. I get to my car. I sit. The cold gets in through the seams of my jacket and I let it. Then I call Kira. She picks up on the second ring. I need to end the Northridge arrangement, I say. A pause. Piper. I know what it means. I've looked at the numbers. The qualifier committee's media metric, I'll address it another way. The alliance role that Briggs offered, I stop. I think about that for exactly 2 seconds. About the shape of it. About who offered it and why and what it was designed to move. Not the alliance role. Something else. But the Northridge contract needs to end. The termination clause requires a 2-week notice period. I can start the paperwork tonight. Do that. Are you okay? I look at the arena building through the windscreen. Somewhere in there is a man who caught me against the boards and said I was the best skater he'd ever seen, and then knew something that mattered and said nothing for a week because of something he was carrying that he didn't ask me to help carry. I understand him. I do. I also know that understanding something and being okay with it are different things, and right now I am only one of those. I'll be fine, I say. I hang up. I start the car. I drive home and I don't let myself cry, which is a rule I set for myself at age 14 after nationals fell apart the first time, and I've kept it since. Not because crying is wrong. Because I need to be able to see the road, and right now the road is the only thing I'm sure of. I get home. I sit in my kitchen. I take out my training log and I write tomorrow's session plan, which is what I always do when everything else is impossible. Structure what you can. Work the problem you can work. Run the program you know. My ankle aches under the table. I don't write that down. Chapter 17. The real betrayal. Mason. I stand in the corridor until I can't hear her footsteps anymore. Then I stand there a while longer. Around me the post-game traffic keeps moving, players, staff, media packing up their gear, the arena returning to its regular shape after a game. Nobody stops. Nobody says anything. I'm just a person standing in a corridor with his bag and the specific stillness of someone who made the wrong call and has to live inside knowing it. I knew it when I made it. That's not a surprise. What I didn't account for is how it would feel to watch her walk away from me without raising her voice, without the blade-sharp version of her anger that at least gives you something to push back against. She just looked at me, full and direct and seeing exactly what was there, and then she left. I go home. I sit in my kitchen and I look at the bills on the counter. Still face down. Still the same number I already know. I stare at them for a while and then I turn them over and I look at the number one more time, as if looking at it directly will tell me something I haven't figured out yet. It doesn't. I think about Piper saying you made that choice. I think about her saying I thought I knew what they were with the very specific tone of someone who gave something real and is standing in the aftermath of it having been handled wrong. I did this. I know I did this. But somewhere in the full shape of what happened, the blog post, Briggs's office, the clause and the choice and the week I spent saying nothing, there's a piece I haven't looked at straight. A piece I've been circling since the gala. Since the conference room. Since the very first morning in the shared session. Derek. I go to the rink the next morning. Not for practice, it's a rest day, the building half empty, skeleton staff, and a handful of players doing optional recovery work. I know Derek's patterns. Thursday rest days he's usually in the recovery suite from 9 to 10, then the gym, then the cafe. I find him in the recovery suite doorway, gym bag in hand, already heading out. He sees me. His face does the calibration thing. The quick read of a situation, same as he's always done. Derek has always been fast, on ice and off it, fast at reading where things are going and adjusting his position accordingly. It's what made him good at his game. You got a minute, I say. It's not a question. He looks at me for a second. Then he steps back inside. I follow and close the door. The recovery suite is empty. Compression equipment along one wall, treatment tables, the low hum of a cold water system. No one else here. I put my bag down and I don't sit. The blog post, I say. 8 weeks ago. The one about the arrangement being fake. He's standing near the treatment table. His face is doing the open, slightly concerned version. The I want to help you with this version. I know this version. I've seen it for 4 years across lockers and practice ice and a hospital waiting room. What about it, he says. It came from someone with arena access who didn't have specifics. Small list of people. I look at him. You were on it. Mason, I. The Northridge deal. I keep my voice level. I told you about it the evening after the meeting. I said it was a joint campaign with the skater. You're the only person outside the meeting who knew before the blog post ran. He's quiet. His face has moved from concern to something more careful. The calibration is running faster now. I thought it was going to be a problem for you, he says. The campaign, the attention on the relationship, I was looking out for you. You were looking out for me, I repeat. The timing with the playoff push, Briggs watching everything, I didn't want it to blow up in your face. You tipped a gossip blog about my campaign to protect me from the gossip blog. He doesn't answer that. The careful version of his face holds, but something underneath it is shifting, and I've known Derek long enough to read the shift. The Eastfield relocation, I say. Briggs said it was in development for months. He knew about the Northridge deal before I told the team, before anyone should have known. I look at him steadily. How did Briggs know? The room is very quiet. I watch Derek's jaw move slightly. The tell he's never fixed because in 4 years it's never mattered enough for anyone to notice. It matters now. Derek. My voice stays level. This is the thing I learned from Briggs without meaning to. You don't have to be loud to make someone understand the weight of a moment. How did Briggs know? I mentioned it to him. He says it in the tone of something made smaller than it is. In passing. I was worried about the team optics, about how it would look during a playoff push. You told Briggs about the Northridge deal, I say. And then Briggs built a case for the rink restructure that he'd apparently been working toward for months, and used the deal as the thing that traps me into saying nothing about it. I didn't know he was going to. You sent an email, I say. He goes still. Tara's legal contact pulled the correspondence trail when the clause question came up. This is true. Tara called me this morning before I came here, her voice with an edge I've never heard from her. Mason, there's something you need to see. You didn't mention it in passing. You sent Briggs a written note flagging the Northridge arrangement as a potential PR liability and recommending he consider how it might affect team performance metrics. I look at him. 3 weeks before the blog post. 2 months before the board meeting. The silence is different now. Not the silence of a conversation being managed. The silence of something finished. You wanted the starter position, I say. It's not a question. And the deal. And the coverage. I look at the person I've known for 4 years, the person who sat with me in a hospital waiting room at midnight, and I feel, not anger. Something past anger. Something quieter and heavier and more permanent. You were my friend. Derek opens his mouth. Was any of it real? I ask. It's the thing I need to know. Not about the leak or the email or the calculation behind it. About the 4 years. About whether any of what I thought was genuine was actually just proximity, two people in the same locker room, moving through the same career, one of them keeping score the entire time while the other never thought to check. He doesn't answer. He doesn't say yes and he doesn't say no and he doesn't say I'm sorry and he doesn't say anything at all. That's the answer. I pick up my bag. I walk to the door. Mason. His voice is different now. The calibration is gone. Whatever is underneath it, regret, or something that looks like it, comes through without the management. I didn't think it would go this far. I stop with my hand on the door. I know, I say. And I mean it. I believe him. I don't think Derek sat down one morning and decided to dismantle me deliberately. I think he made small choices over a long time, the kind of choices that feel justifiable in the moment and add up to something you didn't see yourself building until it's already built. I think he's standing in this recovery suite right now looking at the full shape of it for maybe the first time. I understand that. I've been making my own version of it. It doesn't fix anything. Take care of yourself, I say. I walk out. I sit in my car in the parking structure and I run the full count of what I've lost in the last 10 days. The Northridge deal, Kira's termination notice came through to Tara this morning. 2 weeks from now it's done. The number on my kitchen counter gets handled a different way. I don't know how yet. I'll figure it out the way I figure everything out, quietly, alone, one problem at a time. Derek. 4 years. Gone. Piper. I think about her walking away down the corridor without raising her voice. I think about the 4 seconds of her face when she landed the combination. The humming at the window. The coffee she brought without deciding to. The way she said you're the best skater I've ever seen and immediately hated that she'd said it and said it anyway. I think about the napkin in my jacket pocket, I've had it since the cafe, didn't mean to keep it, found it 2 weeks in and didn't throw it out. 4 rules in her handwriting, slightly smudged where the pen bled. I take it out. I read it. I fold it back up. The deal is over. The friendship is over. And Piper Hayes walked away from me in a corridor with the clean, quiet certainty of someone who gave something real and watched it get handled wrong. 3 things, all from the same wound. Briggs engineered the trap and Derek handed him the key and I stood in the middle of it and made the choice that made sense in the moment and the moment is over and the choice is still there. I need to fix this. Not for the deal. Not for the campaign. Not for Tara's spreadsheet or the Northridge clause or any of the managed, performed, arranged reasons this started. Because Piper Hayes is 6 weeks out from nationals with a tendon strain she's minimizing and a training facility being taken from her and a triple axle combination she rebuilt from the ground up after a fall that cost her more than the judges recorded. And she deserves someone who picks the right thing instead of the safe one. I put the napkin back in my pocket. I get out of the car. I have a lot of ground to cover and no guarantee she'll let me cover any of it. That's fair. That's earned. I start walking anyway. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Solo, coming next. Chapter 18, Solo, ***. Piper's POV. Piper trains alone. The ankle is worse than she admitted. Coach Voss tells her Isla Gant has been formally added to the national qualifiers consideration list, meaning Piper's spot isn't guaranteed. Piper pushes through pain, which is both admirable and self-destructive, and the text holds both truths. In a quiet moment, she lets herself think about Mason. She's still furious. She also misses him in a specific, physical way, the smell of cold air and whatever he used on his gear, the way he always stood slightly closer than necessary. She hates that she misses him. Emotional Nadir. Chapter 19, Fault Lines. Mason's POV. Raymond Cole arrives in Hartwell unexpectedly. He wants to watch a game. Father and son eat dinner together in near silence, the unspoken weight of illness and expectation filling every pause. Raymond finally asks about the girl from the billboards. Mason says it's over. Raymond surprises him. **, she looked at you on that poster like you were someone worth looking at. Not a player. You. **, it's the most emotionally direct thing Raymond has said to him in years. Mason's internal arc crystallizes **, he's been performing for coaches, sponsors, and the ghost of his father's legacy so long that he almost missed someone who saw him as a person. He has to fix this. But first, he has to fix the rink. Chapter 20, Counter-Move. Mason's POV. Mason goes to the arena board, not as a player lobbying a favor, but with legal documentation his agent compiled showing that the rink relocation violates the existing lease agreement the skating program signed 3 years ago. He presents this alone, without telling Piper, without Tara, without any PR calculation. He just does it because it's right. The board agrees to a legal review, effectively freezing the relocation. The external conflict begins to resolve, but Piper doesn't know yet, and Mason isn't using it to win her back. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 18. Solo. Piper. The ice doesn't care that I'm hurting. That's the thing I've always loved about it. The rink has no opinion about what's happening in the rest of my life. It doesn't adjust for bad weeks or broken arrangements or the specific kind of tired that lives behind your eyes when you've been running on 4 hours of sleep for 8 days straight. You show up. You skate. The surface tells you the truth about your edges whether you want to hear it or not. I show up. I skate. I don't tell the truth about my ankle. The physio cleared me for modified training on Friday, reduced jump load, no combination sequences until the inflammation settles. I run the modified session. I run it clean. Then on Saturday morning, when the rink is empty and Voss isn't due until 9, I run the full program. My ankle says 4. Maybe 5. Manageable. I run it again. The triple axel combination lands both times. Not perfectly, my free leg is slightly behind on the exit from the toe loop, a deduction I can work on. But I land it. I land it and I stand at the mark and I think, 6 weeks. You have 6 weeks. You don't have the luxury of modified. I tell myself this is pragmatism. I know, somewhere underneath the pragmatism, that it's also the thing I do when everything else has gone wrong and the ice is the one place I can still control something. I've been doing it since I was 12 years old. Train harder. Work longer. Put everything you can't fix into the one problem that has a solution. My ankle says 5. Maybe 6. I tape it tighter and run the program again. Voss finds me on the 3rd run. I don't hear her come in, I've got one earbud in, the other out to stay aware of the ice, and she's quiet when she moves. She's at the boards when I come off the axle landing and I see her before the toe loop and I complete the combination anyway because stopping mid-sequence is worse for the muscle memory than finishing it wrong. I come off the ice. She doesn't say anything about the program. That's the first sign. Sit down, she says. I sit on the board's bench. She sits beside me, which she almost never does. Voss has 2 modes of communication, standing, which means assessment, and walking, which means instruction. Sitting means the conversation is something different. The qualifier selection committee released updated candidate information this morning, she says. She holds her clipboard but she's not looking at it. Isla Gant has been formally added to the national consideration list. I look at the ice. She submitted her late application 2 weeks ago. The committee reviewed her regional scores and her new sponsor documentation. Voss pauses. She qualified on merit. I want to be clear about that. I know, I say. Because I do. I watched Isla Gant train for 90 minutes last week and I know exactly what she can do, and she qualified on merit, and that doesn't make it easier to sit with. This doesn't remove you from contention, Voss says. Your program scores, your technical base value, your history with this committee, you're still the front runner. But it's not the foregone conclusion it was 3 weeks ago. I nod. Piper. She looks at me now. How is the ankle? Fine, I say. She holds my gaze for a second with the expression she wears when she's deciding whether to push. She decides not to. She stands up, picks up her clipboard. Full program review at 9, she says. Short program first. She walks toward the coaching area. I sit with the ankle throbbing at a steady 6, and Isla Gant's name on the consideration list, and the specific combination of those two things sitting in my chest alongside everything else I've been not dealing with for 8 days. Then I get back on the ice. The quiet moments are the problem. During a session I'm fine. My focus is total when I'm working, it has to be, because the ice demands it and I know how to give it. The problem is the minutes between sets. The recovery skate around the perimeter when I'm breathing down from a run-through and my hands are loose at my sides and there's nothing specific to concentrate on. That's when he gets in. Not dramatically. Not the way I'd expect anger to work, some hot, loud thing I could push back against. More like a presence at the edge of my attention. Something adjacent to where I'm looking. The smell of cold air and the particular thing he used on his gear. I don't know what it is. Wax, or tape, or just what hockey equipment smells like when it's been kept in a cold building. I noticed it that first morning when he got close enough, and every shared session since, and now the rink has that smell without him in it and my brain keeps making the wrong association. The way he stood close. Not performing closeness for the cameras, before the campaign, during the early shared sessions when we were still in mutual contempt territory. He just stood slightly closer than necessary. Not intruding. Just present. Like personal space was a guideline he applied at his own discretion. The way he looked at me when I handed him the coffee. 1 second. Nothing performed in it at all. I hate that I'm cataloging this. I complete my perimeter lap. I set up for the step sequence. I'm furious. I want to be clear with myself about that because it would be very easy to let the missing displace the fury and they are both real and they are not the same thing. He knew about the relocation for a week. He made a choice and the choice was to protect the deal and say nothing to me and I understand why and it was still wrong and I'm still angry. And I miss him. Not the campaign version. Not the gala version or the press interview version or any of the performed, arranged, scheduled appearance versions. I miss the person on the arena stairs at midnight. The person who asked about nationals because he watched the footage and couldn't figure out the technical answer and just needed to know. The person who said things directly without wrapping them in management and waited without filling the silence when I needed to think. I run the step sequence. I run it again. I run it a third time and my ankle at a 7 screams something specific at me and I stop. I stand at center ice. I look at the empty stands. I think about him sitting up there in the upper section, not scheduled to be there, watching me land the combination and not announcing himself because he didn't want to change it. I think, I gave him that. I let someone actually see me and I gave him the thing that happened after, and he handled it wrong, and I walked away clean the way the napkin said to, and it's the right thing, and I miss him anyway, and I hate that I miss him, and the ice doesn't care about any of this, and neither do the 6 weeks between now and nationals. I skate to the boards. I sit down. I press my fingers against my ankle through the boot and I do an honest assessment for the first time in 8 days. It's a 7. I sit with that number for a long moment. Then I take out my phone and I call the physio and I tell her the actual number and I listen to the intake of breath on the other end of the line and I schedule an appointment for tomorrow morning. Then I put my phone away and I look at the ice. Okay, I say to nobody. I get back on it anyway. Chapter 19. Fault lines. Mason. My father walks into the arena on a Tuesday evening without telling me he's coming. I find out from Martinez, who appears at my locker before warm-up with an expression that is trying to be neutral and isn't quite making it. Hey. Your dad's in the building. I look at him. Premium level seats. Row 2. Martinez pauses. He looks good. I nod once. I finish lacing up. I put my helmet on and I go out for warm-up, and I don't let myself scan the premium level until the team is through the first rotation, by which point I've burned through the immediate response and replaced it with the thing I do on ice: focus, system, what's in front of me. I find him on the second scan. Row 2, Center Premium, the seats the organization has comped for player family since before I joined the Wolves. He's sitting with the specific upright posture that's been my father's signature since I was 4 years old, back straight, elbows on knees, reading the warm-up the way he reads everything on ice. Not casually. With the active assessment of someone who played 22 seasons and still watches every game as if there's something to learn from it. He's wearing the Wolves jersey I sent him last season. He hasn't worn it publicly before. I take my warm-up lap and I don't look at the premium level again. We win 4-2. I have 2 assists and a goal in the third period that I won't let myself enjoy properly until I'm off the ice, which is a habit from junior hockey that I've never broken. Celebrate in the room, not on the ice. Briggs's rule. I've kept it even now, even through everything with Briggs, because some habits are about the game and not about the coach. My father is waiting in the corridor outside the family area when I come through. He's not using a cane tonight, which is a good sign on a good day but not always a reliable metric. He looks like my father. Older than the version of him that lives in my head, the version from the arena that night 3 years ago with the trophy and the packed stands. His hair is fully gray now. His hands are in his jacket pockets, which is something he does on harder days when he doesn't want anyone reading his hands. Nice third period, he says. You could have called, I say. You would have told me not to come. He's not wrong. We look at each other for a moment with the specific weight of 2 people who love each other and have never been very good at saying things directly to the other person's face. Dinner, he says. That place on 5th that does the pasta. You still eat pasta before games. After games now, I say. Briggs changed the protocol. He always was an idiot about carbohydrates. We walk out together. The restaurant is quiet on a Tuesday night, half full, low light, the kind of place where the sound doesn't carry between tables. We order. My father gets the same thing he always gets in Italian restaurants, regardless of the menu, whatever pasta has the least amount of tomato sauce, because he maintains that heavy sauce is a character flaw in a kitchen. I get the gnocchi because I'm hungry and I don't care about my father's opinions on tomato. We eat without talking for a while. This is normal for us. We've always been a family that moved through quiet together without requiring it to be filled. My mother used to say we were both too internal for our own good, which she meant as a gentle criticism and which I've spent 30 years proving accurate. How's the treatment going? I ask. Good week, he says. The new medication adjustment has been better than the last one. Less fatigue. He says it factually, the way he discusses his health on the rare occasions he discusses it at all, information shared, no performance of difficulty around it. The specialist is pleased. Good. You don't have to monitor me through questions, Mason. I'm not. You call every Sunday and you ask about the treatment before you ask about anything else, and I know what that is. He doesn't say it with reproach. Just accurately. I appreciate it. You can also just ask if I'm okay. I look at my gnocchi. Are you okay? I ask. Good week, he says again. This time with something that is almost a smile. I'm okay. We eat. The restaurant moves around us. A couple near the window. A table of 4 in the back, someone's birthday from the sound of it. Normal Tuesday evening sounds that have nothing to do with rinks or deals or the specific weight of the last 10 days. The billboard on 7th, my father says. I put my fork down. Dad. I drove past it 3 times. He says it without any particular expression. The photo from the lake. The girl, Hayes. Piper. Piper. He tries the name like he's seeing if it fits. She's the figure skater. Yes. The one from the viral clip. Yes. He picks up his wine glass. He holds it without drinking. What happened? The arrangement ended. The campaign. Yes. And the other thing, he says. I look at him. There wasn't another thing. He puts the glass down. He looks at me with the expression I remember from being 12 years old and trying to convince him I didn't care about something I very clearly cared about. My father has never been a man of many words. But he has always been a man who reads exactly what's in front of him. She looked at you on that poster, he says. I've looked at a lot of sports photographs. A lot of people with a lot of different expressions on their faces. Performing, celebrating, performing celebration. He looks at the table for a moment. She looked at you like you were someone worth looking at. Not a player. Not a campaign. He glances up. You. I'm quiet. When was the last time someone looked at you that way, he asks. Not at what you can do. Not at whose son you are. The restaurant keeps doing its restaurant things around us. I sit with the question. The honest answer is, I don't know. I've had people look at me with admiration and with expectation and with the specific assessment of someone deciding if I can give them what they need. I've had relationships that were real and relationships that were convenient and a few that were both. I have not, in recent memory, had someone sit with me until 2 a.m. saying things that cost them something, and bring me coffee without deciding to, and tell a Sports Now interviewer that I skate like nothing outside the rink is real, and mean every word. I handled it badly, I say. Yes, he says simply. You did. I look at him. No cushioning. No version of you did what you could. Just yes, you did, because that's the truth and my father doesn't negotiate with truth. Something she needed, I say. I knew about it and I said nothing because of the financial situation. I stop. Your financial situation. The bills. He's very still. I know the full amount, Dad. I've known since February. The specialist mentioned more than you intended in the last consult and I've been handling it. The silence that follows is the longest one of the evening. Mason, he says. I should have told you I knew. I should have had that conversation instead of carrying it around and using it as the reason to make choices that weren't mine to make. I look at the table. I made you the excuse for a choice that was really just fear. He's quiet for a long moment. I don't want you paying my bills, he says finally. I know. We're going to talk about that too. But not tonight. I look up. Tonight I just needed you to know I'm not carrying it alone anymore. He looks at me for a long time. Something in his face, the set of it, the way he's held his jaw since I was a child, loosened slightly. Not much. Enough. The girl, he says. Piper. Fix it, he says. I'm working on it. Not the deal. Not the campaign. He picks up his fork. The thing she was actually looking at on that poster. I don't say anything for a moment. I know, I say. Good. He cuts his pasta. Because I would like to meet her at some point. And I'd prefer it wasn't at a press event. I look at my father, really look at him, the gray hair and the careful hands and the jersey he wore tonight to a game without telling me he was coming, and I feel something settle in my chest that has been unsettled for 3 years. Not resolved. Not fixed. Just a direction. A real one, not a performed one. Yeah, I say. We finish dinner. Chapter 20. Countermove. Mason. I don't tell Tara. That's the first decision. Whatever I'm about to do, I'm not doing it as a managed PR move or a campaign recovery strategy or any version of anything that has a second purpose underneath the main one. Tara would make it useful. Tara would find the angle, the story, the way this becomes something the Northridge situation can survive. She's good at her job. That's exactly why I don't call her. I call Tara's legal contact instead. Her name is Donna Park, she's a sports facility attorney, and she spent 45 minutes on the phone with me 2 days ago walking through the arena board's restructuring decision when Tara asked her to review the Northridge clause situation. At the end of that call, after everything relevant to the clause was settled, she said something almost as an aside, "The skating program's original facility lease is interesting. You should know that before you decide what to do next." I called her back an hour later. Now I'm sitting in the arena boardroom at 8 a.m. on a Wednesday with a folder of documentation that Donna put together in 48 hours and an appointment I made through the arena's administrative office without mentioning my name until the confirmation email went through. 3 board members. 1 administrative director. The facility manager who signed the original lease agreements. I'm the only person here without a title. They look at me the way people look at professional athletes when professional athletes show up in rooms like this, like they're waiting for the part where I ask for something that benefits me, which is the only reason they can imagine I'd be here. "I'll keep this brief," I say. I open the folder. The Hartwell Figure Skating Association signed a facility lease with this organization 3 years ago. The lease covers the main rink for a minimum of 5 years, with guaranteed access provisions that were written specifically to protect their qualifier preparation schedule. I slide the first page across the table. The relocation decision, as approved by this board last week, directly violates Section 4 of that lease, the section that guarantees primary rink access for competitive-level program training in the 12 weeks prior to a national qualifying event. The board members look at the page. The administrative director, a woman named Carol who has been in this role since before the Wolves played their first home game here, picks up the document. She reads for a moment. Her expression changes slightly, the very specific change of someone who is realizing they signed off on something without fully reading everything underneath it. "I'm not here as a player," I say. "I'm not here about the Wolves' schedule or my personal interests in this building. I'm here because a decision was made that shouldn't have been made, and I think this board would rather know that before it becomes a legal proceeding instead of a correction." The room is quiet. Donna Park reviewed the lease documentation, I add. Her contact details are on the last page. She's available to speak with your legal team today if needed. The board member at the end of the table, older, Hartwell Wolves season ticket holder from the original ownership era, his name is Gerald and I've shaken his hand at 3 fundraisers, looks at me over the top of the page. "Mr. Cole," he says. "Why are you bringing this to us?" "Because it's right," I say. He looks at me for a moment. The answer is too simple for a room like this. Rooms like this are accustomed to things having layers, strategy underneath the stated reason, benefit underneath the stated principle. He's looking for the layer. There isn't one. The figure skating program has a legally binding lease, I say. The relocation decision violates it. The person most affected by that violation is 6 weeks out from a national qualifying event and training on ice she spent 2 years learning. Moving her facility now, at this point in her prep cycle, isn't just a contractual violation. It's a real, concrete harm to a real person's real work. I close the folder. I'm not asking for a favor. I'm asking you to review a legal position that your own documentation supports. Gerald looks at Carol. Carol looks at the other board members. We'd need to confirm the lease language with our own counsel before taking any action, Carol says. Of course, I say. Donna's available from 9 a.m. I stand up. I pick up my copy of the folder. I am in and out of this building in 23 minutes, which is what it takes to say the thing that needs to be said to the people who need to hear it. I sit in my car in the parking structure and I don't feel triumphant. I feel like I did something real, which is different from triumphant. Quieter. More like the weight of a decision shifting to the right side rather than disappearing entirely. Donna calls at 11 a.m. The board is freezing the relocation pending legal review, she says. Carol was very efficient once she understood the exposure. Expect a formal notice to the skating program by end of business. Okay, I say. You want me to copy Tara on this? I think for a second. Tomorrow. Copy her tomorrow. Mason. Donna pauses. You know this doesn't fix the Northridge situation. I know. And the skating program will find out through official channels. They won't know you were here. That's fine, I say. Another pause. You're not using this as leverage. It's not a question. She's a lawyer. She's read the room. No, I say. She's quiet for a moment. All right, she says, and her voice has something in it that isn't quite professional neutrality. I'll be in touch. She hangs up. I sit in the parking structure. I think about what my father said over pasta on Tuesday night. Fix it. Not the deal. Not the campaign. The thing she was actually looking at on that poster. I think about Piper and her ankle in 6 weeks and the triple axle combination she rebuilt from the ground up and the rink she needs to keep rebuilding on. I've done the thing I can do from here. The rink is hers. She doesn't know that yet, and she doesn't know I did anything about it, and she doesn't need to. That's not why I did it. I did it because it was right, and because sitting in Briggs's office listening to him frame the wrong choice as the only choice was the last time I let someone else tell me what I'm willing to live with. The rest of it, Piper, the corridor, the walk away, I don't get to fix that from a boardroom. That one I have to do differently. I start my car. I drive to the rink. Not for practice. Not for the campaign. Just because I've been circling this building for 20 days, and at some point you stop circling and walk toward the thing. I find a seat in the upper stands. The main rink is empty this early. Clean ice, flat and white under the practice lights. I sit in the same section I was in when I watched her land the combination clean, and I look at the empty center circle, and I think about what it takes to rebuild something from a fall. Not the mechanics of it, I know the mechanics. The other part. The part where you keep showing up to the thing that dropped you until there are enough new memories on top of the old ones. She told me that's not a great solution. I told her it's just the one that works. I sit in the empty arena. I wait. I'm not waiting for anything specific. I'm just done running the other direction. Done performing the version of myself that doesn't let things matter. The ice is there. I'm here. That's where I'm starting. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21, Nationals Eve, coming next. Chapter 21, Nationals Eve, ***. Piper's POV. The night before Piper's qualifying performance. She's in the arena alone, running through her program. Her ankle is taped. Her focus is total. The doors open, she expects Voss. It's Mason. He sits in the stands. Doesn't say anything about the rink. Just, ***, I should have told you immediately. That's the only excuse I have, I froze, and you deserve better. ***, Piper skates to the boards and looks up at him. ***, why didn't you? ***, he tells her about his father. About the deal. About the pattern, freezing when the stakes get real, performing confidence over paralysis, his whole life. She listens. She doesn't forgive him in this scene. But she doesn't walk away either. Cliffhanger ***, when Mason stands to leave, he says, ***, skate like no one's watching tomorrow. You already know how. ***, she watches him go and realizes her hands are shaking, not from the ankle. From something else entirely. Chapter 22, On Ice. Piper's POV, qualifying performance day. The qualifier. Piper's program. The build-up through the warm-up, the last-minute ankle pain, Coach Voss trying to pull her. If you fall, ***, then I fall. ***, she skates her program. The narrative moves between internal and sensory, sound, cold, the rhythm of the blade, the memory of Mason's voice, over-rotating, you're thinking too far ahead, she lands the triple axle combination. She lands everything. She doesn't fall. When the scores come up and it's enough, when Voss is crying and Isla Gant is clapping genuinely from the boards, Piper looks at the stands automatically. Mason is there. He wasn't supposed to be there. He found out the schedule and came. Their eyes meet across the ice. She doesn't smile right away. Then she does, and it's the realest thing in the room, ***. Chapter 23, Penalty Box. Mason's POV. The Wolves playoff game, same evening, different arena. Mason plays the best game of his season, not because he's performing for anyone, but because something has loosened in him. After the win, Briggs tries to spin it as vindication for his methods. Mason, for the first time, doesn't nod. ***, with respect, coach, the ice doesn't care about your methods. It only cares what you do when you're on it. ***, the locker room is stunned. Derek watches from the corner. Mason meets his eyes once, then looks away, not with anger, with the specific exhaustion of someone who has stopped waiting for an apology. Post-game, Mason finds Piper waiting outside. She's still in her warm-up gear, hair down. She holds up the napkin with their rules on it. Asterisk, I'd like to renegotiate. Asterisk, he stares. Asterisk, the contract's void. Asterisk, she crumples the napkin. Asterisk, good. This was never about the contract. Asterisk, he kisses her first. She kisses him back harder, asterisk asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 21. Nationals Eve. Piper. The night before the most important performance of my career, I am alone on the ice at 9 p.m. talking to nobody, and it is the most honest I've been in weeks. No cameras. No Voss with her clipboard. No schedule, no structure, no campaign architecture around any of it. Just me and the rink and the program I've been rebuilding since the fall, and the specific quiet of an empty arena that has always felt more like home than anywhere else I've ever lived. My ankle is taped to the ankle and a half above it. The physio spent an hour on it this afternoon, proper treatment, not the modified loading compromise I've been running for 3 weeks. The inflammation is down. The tendon is managed. It's a 4 tonight, maybe a 3.5 if I'm being generous, and I'll take it. I run the program without music first. Just the sound of my blades and my own breathing and the hollow echo the arena makes when it's empty, that specific acoustic, every arena different, this one I know by instinct at this point. The place where the sound opens up above the center circle. The slight warmth near the far boards where the climate system runs closest to the surface. 12 weeks of training in this building have written it into my body without me noticing. The triple axle combination. I run it twice in the silent program. Both times, clean. I put my earbuds in and run it with the music. Once. Twice. The third time I run the whole program from the opening edge and I don't stop and I don't assess and I don't watch myself from the outside, I just skate, inside the music, inside the sequence of elements my body has memorized so completely that thinking about them is the only thing that could go wrong. I finish. I stand in the ending position and the music cuts and the arena is quiet. I breathe. The doors open. I expect Voss. She has a key and a habit of appearing when she thinks I'm overdoing it, which I am, technically, the night before a qualifier. I don't turn around immediately. I come out of the ending position and start the recovery skate, slow circles along the boards, and I wait for her voice. You changed the arm line in the second spin. Not Voss. I stop. Mason is in the lower section, maybe 8 rows up, jacket on, hands in his pockets. Not the upper section this time, closer. Like he decided something about distance and then made a different call. I stand on the ice and I look at him and I don't say anything yet because I'm deciding what version of this moment I'm in. He sits down. Like he's making himself smaller on purpose. Less of an imposition. I'm not here to argue, he says. Or pitch anything. Or, he stops. I just needed to say something and I didn't want to text it. I skate slowly to the boards below where he's sitting and I look up. He leans forward. Elbows on knees. His face in the arena light is the one from the arena stairs, the version with nothing performed over the top of it. I should have told you immediately, he says. About the relocation. About Briggs, about the clause, about all of it. He holds my gaze. I froze. And then I kept freezing. And you deserved better than that. Why didn't you? I ask. Not accusatory. I genuinely want to know, the way I wanted to know about Millbrook. The real answer, not the one that sounds good. He's quiet for a moment. The Bills, he starts. Then he stops. No. That's the surface answer. He looks at the ice below him for a second, then back up. The real answer is that I've been freezing when the stakes get real my entire life. I just got very good at covering it. I wait. When my father pulled me on stage that night, he says, when he said what he said, I smiled. I held the smile. And then I went and skated alone in the dark because I didn't know what to do with what I was feeling and I didn't know how to say it to anyone, so I just kept moving. Made myself look like someone who had it together because the alternative was letting someone see that I didn't. He pauses. Every time something real was at stake, that's what I did. Perform competence over the top of fear until the fear got quieter. The deal, I say. The deal was real. My dad's situation is real and the number is real and that's not a lie. He meets my eyes. But when Briggs put the choice in front of me, the part one couldn't admit was that I was also scared of something else. Of what would happen if I told you and you fought it and it became the thing that ended everything. Because by that point, he stops. Starts again. By that point there was more to lose than the deal. The arena holds that sentence for a second. I'm not asking you to forgive me tonight, he says. That's not why I'm here. You've got the most important skate of your season tomorrow and you don't need to carry anything I'm handing you. He looks at his hands. I just needed you to know that I know why it was wrong. Not the convenient version of why. The actual one. I look up at him for a long moment. I think about the corridor outside the post-game tunnel. You knew. The clean, cold shape of his non-denial. The walk to my car. The 8 days since. I think about the rink relocation freeze notice that came through to Kira 3 days ago, official board communication, legal review pending, relocation suspended. I asked Kira who filed the legal challenge. She said it came from a private submission through the board's administrative channel. The name on the filing wasn't on it when she checked. I've been sitting with a suspicion about that for 3 days. I don't ask him about it tonight. I hear you, I say. He nods. He doesn't push for more. That's the thing about him that I didn't expect and still don't know what to do with. He doesn't push for more when I give him less. He holds his ground but he doesn't press mine. How's the ankle? He asks. 3.5. That's better than last week. How do you know what it was last week? Bria, he says. I stare at him. You talked to Bria. She texted me. I don't know how she got my number. He almost looks embarrassed. She said, and I'm quoting, she's at a 7 and she's pretending it's a 4, fix your situation so she stops training through injury to distract herself. End quote. I close my eyes briefly. Bria, I say, to no one in particular. She's not wrong, he says. She's not wrong, I agree. Silence for a moment. Not the managed silence from the early weeks. The other kind, the kind we found on the arena stairs, where quiet doesn't need to be filled. The arm line in the second spin, I say. You noticed it from 8 rows up. It's a longer position than last week. Gives you more time in the hold before the exit. Voss told me to shorten it. Voss is wrong about that one. I look at him. Your natural position is longer. Shortening it makes you work against your own mechanics. He shrugs slightly. But I'm a hockey player and I've watched you skate for 12 weeks and I don't know what Voss knows, so take that for what it is. I changed it back this week, I say. The longer line. He looks at me. Something moves in his expression, quiet and warm and careful all at once. Tomorrow, he says, and he stands. I look up at him. Skate like no one's watching. He holds my gaze. You already know how. He walks up the row toward the exit. I watch him go. He pushes through the door at the top of the section and the door swings closed behind him and the arena is quiet again. I'm standing at the boards with my hands resting on the top edge and I look down at them. They're shaking. Not the ankle. Not exertion. Not cold. I look at my hands for a long moment and I think about what that means and then I don't think about it, because tomorrow is tomorrow and the ice is here and I need to finish the session I started. I push off the boards. I run the program one last time, from the opening edge to the final position, with everything I have. The triple axel combination lands clean and stays clean and my hands have stopped shaking by the time the music ends. But I know what they were doing. I know exactly what that was. Chapter 22. On Ice. Piper. The morning of the qualifier I wake up at 4:47 a.m. and I lie in the dark and I breathe. This is a ritual. Not superstition, I'm not a superstitious skater. It's a calibration. 12 minutes in the dark before anything else, before my phone and my training log and Voss's morning check-in text and the full weight of the day. Just breathing and taking inventory of my body the way a mechanic checks a car before a long drive. Systematic, honest, starting at my feet and working up. Ankle. I flex it slowly. 3. Maybe 3. The overnight rest and the full physio session yesterday have done what they can do. It's not perfect. It's enough. Everything else, good. I get up. The qualifier venue is a 40-minute drive from Hartwell, a regional competition center with a full audience capacity and the kind of ice surface that's maintained to competition standard, which means it's different from the practice rink ice I've been training on. Slightly harder. Different temperature zone. The kind of difference that athletes either adjust for automatically or get caught by. I've competed on dozens of surfaces. This one I researched. I know what to expect. Warm-up is at 10:15. My performance group goes on at 1:30. I do my off-ice warm-up in the locker room while Bria, who drove up this morning and is competing in the afternoon ice dance event, sits on the bench and runs me through mental rehearsal cues the way she's done since we were both 16 and sharing a regional competition locker room in a building that smelled like old equipment and cheap coffee. Triple axle combination, she says. Trust the air, I say. Stop landing it before I'm in it. Step sequence. Full extension on every edge. Don't rush the transition. The ankle. I look at her. The ankle is a 3, I say. She looks at me. A real 3, I say. I did the honest inventory this morning. She nods. Good. Anything else? I think about last night. The empty arena. The shaking hands. The thing I haven't finished deciding what to do with. No, I say. I'm ready. Voss finds me in the staging area 20 minutes before I go on. She looks at me the way she's looked at me before every significant competition of my career, assessing, precise, reading everything my body is doing and comparing it to what it should be doing. She has been my coach for 6 years. She knows my warm-up patterns better than I do. Short program is clean, she says. Technical base value is strong. The judges on panel 2 favor depth of edge in the step sequence, give them what they want. I know. Isla's score from this morning's group was strong. She says it directly. No cushioning. You need a clean performance. I know that too. She looks at me for a moment. Not the coaching look. Something underneath it, something I've only seen from her a handful of times. Your arm line in the second spin, she says. I told you to shorten it. I changed it back. She's quiet. I know what my natural mechanics are, I say. The longer line is right for my body. She holds my gaze. You changed it without telling me. Yes. She looks at me for one more second. Then something in her posture, microscopic, the kind of thing only 6 years of coaching relationship would let me read, releases slightly. It looked better, she says. In last night's session. That's Voss for you were right. I'll take it. Piper. She steps closer. Quieter. The fall last year, she starts. Voss. Let me finish. She doesn't touch my shoulder. She just stands close. The fall last year was not a failure of technique. It was not a failure of preparation. You competed through something that would have pulled most athletes off the ice entirely, and you competed because you are the most resilient skater I've ever coached. She holds my gaze. Today you're going to go out there with clean ice and a program you've rebuilt from the ground up, and I want you to know, whatever happens, that I have watched you work for this and I know what it cost. I look at my coach. This woman who has pushed me harder than I've wanted to be pushed and held me to standards I sometimes hated her for and never once let me believe that acceptable was the same as enough. Thank you, I say. She steps back. Coach posture returns. Don't over-rotate, she says. I know, I say. She almost smiles. The ice is cold and clean and completely indifferent to anything I've been through to get here. I love it for that. I stand at the boards waiting for the introduction and I do the last thing I do before every performance, I look at the surface. Not the judges. Not the stands. Not the other skaters at the kiss and cry or the scores posted from the morning group. Just the ice. The specific flat white of a competition surface under full arena lighting. 12 weeks of practice on the rink at Hartwell. Every morning session and every modified session and every run through the combination in an empty building at 9 p.m. with the words "Trust the air" running somewhere in my chest. My name. The announcer. I step onto the ice. The introduction skating gives me 30 seconds and I use every one of them, building speed, testing the surface under my blades, cataloging the exact difference in feel from the Hartwell ice. Slightly harder. Edges bite a fraction more. Adjust for it. Done. I take my opening position. The music starts. And I stop thinking. This is the thing that took me a year to get back. The absence of thought, not blankness, the opposite of blankness. The state where everything I know about this program lives in my body instead of my head and my body just does it, fully, without the part of my brain that remembers what landing wrong feels like running commentary over the top of it. The step sequence. I give panel 2 what they want, deep edges, full extension, the kind of commitment that reads in the back row of the upper level. It feels right under me. It is right. The combination approaches. Triple axle setup, 3 years of training and 12 weeks of rebuilding and 4 seconds of someone else's unguarded face when I finally landed it clean, all of it somewhere in my chest as my entry edge goes down. Trust the air. I take off. The rotation is there. 1, 2, 3, the half, and I know before I land that it's right. Not because I've calculated it. Because I've stopped calculating it. My blade finds the ice and the edge holds and my free leg extends and the toe loop goes immediately and that's clean too and I'm in the back half of the program and I'm still standing. The spins. The second spin, longer arm line, my natural position, the one Voss called wrong and I changed back. It feels like breathing. Like the ice asked for it. The final combination jump. The closing sequence. I pull into the ending position and the music stops and the arena does what arenas do, it roars. I stand in the ending position and I breathe and I let the sound in. Piper. Voss's voice from the boards, cutting through everything. Come off. I skate to the boards and Voss has both arms out and she never does that and I don't know what to do with it so I just go into it, and she holds on for exactly 2 seconds before she pulls back and holds me at arm's length and looks at my face and she's crying, which I have never seen in 6 years. You did it, she says. What were the scores? Come to the kiss and cry. She's already turning. Come. From the boards, I hear it, a voice I recognize, clear above the crowd, coming from somewhere in the stands to my left. Yeah, Piper. I know that voice. I look up automatically, the way you look up when you hear your name in a room full of people saying your name. The stands are full and loud and moving and I scan, lower level, midsection, the left side. There. Wolf's hoodie. Standing before anyone else in his section, not performing joy but completely helpless inside it, the way you look when something matters more than looking composed about it. Mason. He wasn't supposed to be here. The qualifier schedule wasn't on any campaign document. I didn't tell him. He found out, from Bria, probably, given recent evidence, and he drove 40 minutes and he's standing in the stands of a figure skating qualifier in a hockey hoodie with his hands cupped around his mouth and he came. He came. I look at him. I don't smile right away. There's too much in the way of it, the program, the ankle, the corridor outside the post-game tunnel, the shaking hands last night, all 12 weeks of everything between the first morning and right now. I look at him and he looks at me and neither of us is performing anything. Then something in my chest just opens. And I smile. Not the camera smile. Not the composed athlete smile. The one that gets away from me before I can manage it, the one I only have when something is true and I've run out of reasons to hold it back. He sees it from wherever he's standing and whatever he does with his face in response is something I want to look at for a long time. Voss touches my arm. Scores, she says. I follow her to the kiss and cry. From the boards, I hear a genuine, warm clapping starting, rhythmic, building. I look back once as I step off the ice. Isla Gant is at the boards, still in her warm-up jacket, clapping for me with the same open, uncalculated energy she had when she told me she'd watched my program since she was 12. I nod at her. She nods back. The scores come up. They're enough. Chapter 23. Penalty Box. Mason. I play the best game of my season on the same night Piper qualifies for nationals, in a different arena, 40 miles away, and the two things are connected in a way I couldn't explain to anyone and don't try to. Something has loosened. That's the only way I know how to describe it. The specific tightness I've carried since I was 17, the performing, the managing, the constant maintenance of the version of myself that could handle things, it's not gone. But it's looser. Like a muscle you've been clenching for so long that you forgot it was clenched until the moment you finally let it go, and the release feels almost like pain except it's the opposite. I play like the ice is mine again. Not because I'm Raymond Cole's son. Not because Briggs is watching from behind the bench or because Northridge or the cameras or any of the external architecture that has told me who to be on this surface for the last 3 years. I play because I'm good at this and I love this, and tonight, for the first time in a long time, those two things are the whole reason. 2 goals. 1 assist. +3 on ice. I win 4 of 5 face-offs in the third period when the game is a single goal margin and every one of them matters. We win 3-2. The locker room afterward has the specific energy of a playoff push win, loud, loose, the relief that only a close game produces when it goes the right way. Martinez pours water on someone. 2 of the newer guys are already on their phones. Briggs does his walkthrough, checks in with each player, reads the room, builds toward the address he always gives after a win. I'm pulling off my gear when he gets to me. Best game of the season, he says. It's not a compliment he gives often. He means it. That's the Cole I've been waiting to see. I look at him. I think about his office. The folder. The clause. You can protect your girl's training facility or your deal. The careful construction of a trap presented as a choice. With respect, coach, I say, the ice doesn't care about your methods. The locker room goes slightly quieter in the way that rooms go quiet when something unexpected happens, not silence, just a shift. It only cares what you do when you're on it, I say. Briggs looks at me. I hold his gaze. Not aggressive. Not performing rebellion for the room. Just looking at the man who has been the loudest voice telling me who I'm supposed to be for 2 seasons and being clear, for the first time, that his voice isn't the only one I'm listening to. The room is very quiet now. Briggs is still for a moment. His expression moves through something I haven't seen on him before, surprise, then a recalibration, then something that takes longer to read. He gives the address. It's shorter than usual. He leaves. Martinez appears at my shoulder. You okay? Yeah, I say. Because that was either very brave or very stupid. Maybe both, I say. He pats my shoulder once and moves off. I pull on my hoodie. I check my phone. 1 text from Bria, she qualified. First place in her group. Wanted you to know immediately. I read it 3 times. Something in my chest does what it does every time something real happens now, it doesn't lock down. It just stays open. I type back, I know. I was there. 3 dots appear. Then, you were there. I put the phone in my pocket. From the corner of the locker room, Derek is standing with his gear bag, not part of any group, not doing the post-game social that he's always been good at. He looks up when I'm heading for the door. We look at each other. I think about the recovery room. Was any of it real? His silence. The specific devastation of 4 years measured against the answer to that question. I'm not angry at him right now. I've been expecting that, the anger, the hard-edged version of betrayal that would give me something to push against. Instead, what I have is the exhaustion of someone who has been waiting for a fight that's already over and can finally put the weight down. I meet his eyes once. Then I look away. Not in cruelty. In the specific tiredness of someone who has stopped waiting for an apology they're not going to get and decided to stop needing it. I walk out. She's outside the player's exit. Not the main doors. The side exit, the one the families use, slightly removed from the media staging area. Still in her warm-up gear, the dark red jacket from the hotel weekend, hair down from whatever competition style she had it in, cheeks still faintly colored from something. The qualifier, the drive, the cold air. She has one hand in her jacket pocket. She's looking at her phone when I come through the door, and she looks up the way she looked up the first morning when I appeared where she didn't expect me. The quick assessment, reading the situation, deciding what version of herself is needed here. Then something in her expression settles. You were there, she says. I was there. Bria. Bria, I confirm. She looks at me for a second. You drove 40 minutes to a figure skating qualifier. I drove 40 minutes to watch you skate. I stop in front of her. Those are different things. She looks down at her jacket pocket. She pulls out a hand. In it is a small square of napkin, worn at the folds, slightly soft from being in a pocket for, I count back, weeks. She's had it in her pocket for weeks. The pen has bled at the corners but the writing is still legible. 4 rules in her handwriting. She holds it up between us. I'd like to renegotiate, she says. I look at the napkin. At her face. At the distance between us that has been various sizes over the last 12 weeks and is currently about 18 inches and completely insufficient. The contract's void, I say. Tara filed the termination 2 weeks ago. She looks at the napkin for a second. Then she crumples it. Good, she says. This was never about the contract. I close the 18 inches. I kiss her. Not staged. Not campaign angled, not for any camera, not performing anything for any audience. Just my hands on either side of her face and her face turning up and the specific warmth of a person who has been in the cold and is choosing to be less cold now. She kisses me back harder. Her hands are in my jacket and she's up on her toes, she's shorter without the skates and I've only just realized how much I've gotten used to the skates, and she kisses me like she's been deciding whether to for 12 weeks and has finally stopped deliberating. We break apart. She keeps her hands in my jacket. I keep my hands where they are. Your ankle, I say. It's a 3, she says. A real 3. A real 3. She looks up at me. I told the truth this morning. I look at her face in the side exit lighting, tired, alive, the unguarded version. The window version. The one I haven't been able to stop thinking about since a hotel room and a frozen lake and a conversation that ran until 2 a.m. The rink, she says quietly. What about it? The legal filing. The board review. She holds my gaze. Kira couldn't find the name on the submission. I don't say anything. It was you, she says. I look at her. I'm not asking, she says. I know it was you. She searches my face. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't do it to tell you about it, I say. I did it because it was right. She holds my gaze for a long moment. You fixed the rink, she says. Without telling me. Without using it for anything. Yes. And then you came to the qualifier. Yes. Without telling me that either. I didn't want it to be a thing you had to manage, I say. I just wanted to be there. She looks at me. The full look, the one that goes all the way through to whatever she decides is worth trusting. Mason, she says. Yeah. Stop performing for coaches who aren't watching anymore. She says it quietly. Right into the center of it. You can just be the person I already know you are. I stare at her. I think about the prologue to my own life, the arena, the trophy, the 8 words that sounded like a gift and worked like a trap. The 17-year-old in the dark with the lights going out and the puck in the net and nobody watching. Somebody's watching now. Not the cameras or the sponsors or the ghost of my father's legacy. Her. Okay, I say. She takes my hand. Her fingers settle against mine the same way they did at the gala, the small adjustment, the decision made rather than endured. Except this time there's no photographer. No campaign. No scheduled appearance or PR brief or napkin contract telling us what this is. Just the two of us outside a hockey arena in the cold, and the distance between us closed, and something that was always real finally having enough room to be. Your game, she says, after a moment. We won. I know. Bria has a sports alert on her phone for the Wolves. She looks up at me. 2 goals. And an assist. Modest, she says. It was a very good assist. She almost smiles. Then she does. The real one, the one that gets away from her. Come on, she says. I know a place that does good pasta and stays open late and doesn't require either of us to be anyone specific. My father likes that kind of place, I say. She looks at me. Something in her expression goes warm in a specific way, the way it went at the hotel when I talked about him. Like the mention of him is something she's been keeping careful hold of. Good, she says. He should come sometime. We walk out of the parking lot together. No napkin. No rules. No performance of a thing that was already real underneath the arrangement this entire time. Just this. Just us. The cold air in her hand in mine and somewhere across the city, a rink that's still hers, and the ice that doesn't care about anything except what you do when you're on it. It's enough. It's more than enough. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, New Ice and Epilogue, Overtime, coming next. Chapter 24, New Ice ***. Piper's POV. Resolution/denouement 1 month later. The arena restructure is officially cancelled, the legal review found in the skating program's favor, and additionally, Northridge renewed their sponsorship not for a fake couple campaign but for individual athlete endorsements for both Mason and Piper. Coach Voss has backed off, slightly humbled. Coach Briggs is under a formal performance review. Piper is on the national team. Mason's father attended one of her practices and told her afterward, quietly, "He talks about you like you're the most interesting thing he's ever seen. He never used to talk about anything that way." Piper skates her program in an empty arena, alone, and it feels nothing like before the fall. It feels like flying. The chapter ends not with a declaration but with a moment Mason sitting in the penalty box bleachers, his favorite weird habit, watching her skate, coffee going cold in his hands, the look on his face something he'd never allowed anyone to see before. She catches him looking. She doesn't look away. Neither does he. Epilogue, Overtime. Mason's POV, 8 months later. Mason is at the national championships, not as Piper's boyfriend performing for cameras, but as a person who drove 7 hours because she made nationals and he would not miss it. Raymond Cole is in the seat beside him, moving slower than last year, a good day. They watch Piper skate. She's extraordinary. When she finishes, the arena erupts. Raymond says nothing for a long moment. Then, "I see why you like it here." Mason looks at the ice, at Piper's face as the scores appear, at the way she's crying and laughing at the same time with her arms wrapped around Coach Voss, who is crying too. "Yeah," Mason says. "Me too." Final image * the scoreboard. Piper's name. Top of the leaderboard. And in the crowd, a guy in a Hartwell Wolves hoodie on his feet before anyone else, not performing joy but completely helpless in it. The epilogue ends with Piper finding him afterward in the hallway, "You came." And his response, "Piper. I was always going to come." The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Show more. February 20th. Offside Hearts. A Rivals to Lovers Hockey Romance. Chapter 24. New Ice. Piper. A month after the qualifier, I skate my program in an empty arena, and for the first time in over a year, it feels nothing like before the fall. It feels like flying. That's the difference. Before, even on the good days, even the days the combination landed clean and the step sequence flowed and every element hit its mark, there was a ceiling on it. Some part of me still carrying the weight of the fall, still running a background calculation about what happened when things went wrong. The program was good. The program was never fully free. Tonight it's free. I don't know the exact moment it changed. Not the qualifier, though that helped. Not Mason in the stands in his hockey hoodie, though that helped too. I think it happened slowly, the way things actually change, not in one dramatic moment but across dozens of ordinary ones. A morning when I set up for the combination and realized I'd stopped thinking about nationals. An afternoon when Voss made a correction and I heard it as a correction instead of a warning. The day I came off the ice after a clean full run-through and I wasn't relieved. I was just done. In the good way. The way a finished thing feels finished. I pull into the final position and the music cuts and I stand in the quiet of the empty arena and I breathe. Then from the penalty box section of the lower stands, someone says, "You changed the exit angle on the flip." I look over. Mason is in the penalty box bleachers, not the upper section where he watched me the first time, not the lower boards section from Nationals Eve. The penalty box. The actual player's penalty area, repurposed as a viewing location in the off hours, which is a very specific choice that I've stopped questioning because this is apparently just where he goes when he wants to watch without being the point. He has a coffee in one hand that is very clearly no longer hot. It's a better angle, I say. I know. He tilts his head slightly. I'm just noting it. You're always just noting it. That's because I'm usually right. I skate to the boards closest to him and look across. He's in his practice gear still, Wolves training jacket, hair that went in a direction this morning and never got corrected. He looks like a person who has been here for a while, settled in, comfortable with the stillness in a way that took him 3 months of arena stares and late nights to find. How long have you been there? I ask. Since your second run-through. You didn't say anything. You were working. He takes a sip of the cold coffee and makes a face that says he registered the temperature and drank it anyway. I didn't want to change it. I look at him. He looks back. This is a thing we do now, look at each other without filling it. It used to make me want to find somewhere else to be. Now it's just part of how we are, the same way the 2 a.m. conversations are part of how we are, and the coffee he sometimes brings without deciding to, and the way he appears in empty arenas like a person who figured out what his quiet looks like and stopped apologizing for it. Come on, I say. I'll tell you about the flip angle. He stands, collects the cold coffee, and comes down to the boards. 1 month is both short and long depending on what fills it. The arena board's legal review came back the way Donna Park said it would: lease violation confirmed, relocation cancelled, the figure skating program's main rink access restored and formally protected for the remaining term of the agreement. Voss got the notice on a Tuesday morning. She called me before she called anyone else. The legal submission, she said, when I answered. I know, I said. A pause. Does he know you know? Yes. Another pause, longer. Voss doing the thing she does when she's recalculating. He did it without telling you. Yes. The longest pause. Piper. I know, I said again. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I may have been wrong about some things. From Renata Voss, 6 years of coaching and a perfectionism that has never once admitted uncertainty in front of me, that was the equivalent of a full written apology in someone else's language. I held it carefully because it was clearly expensive. You weren't wrong about the risk, I said. You were wrong about what it was. She said nothing for a second. Then, the program looks good. I know, I said. And she let it be. Coach Briggs is under formal performance review. I found out through Kira, who heard from the arena administration, who heard from the board's internal communication after the lease situation resolved. The review isn't only about the relocation. It turns out the lease wasn't the only procedural corner Briggs had been cutting in his campaign to expand the Wolves' facility footprint. There are 2 other complaints from facility tenants that the board has now opened. Briggs is still coaching. The Wolves' season doesn't stop for an administrative process, but the specific certainty he carried into every room has, according to Mason, shifted noticeably. Mason told me this without satisfaction. That surprised me until it didn't. He doesn't want Briggs destroyed. He wants the version of coaching that doesn't use players as instruments of something larger than the game. Those are different things, and he holds the distinction with more care than I expected. He made me a better player, Mason said, when we talked about it. The methods were wrong. The standard wasn't. I thought about Voss when he said it. The years of being pushed past what I thought I could do. The cost of that standard and the thing it produced. Yeah, I said. We didn't need to say more. Northage called Kira in the 3rd week. Not to discuss the terminated contract. To discuss a new one. Individual athlete endorsements, Mason for their hockey equipment line, me for their figure skating division, no couple narrative, no on-ice, off-script architecture, no fake relationship providing the story. Just 2 athletes they'd watched for 3 months and wanted to back. The numbers were better than the original deal. I said yes. Kira confirmed Mason had already said yes. We found out we'd both agreed without consulting the other, which is the kind of coincidence that isn't really a coincidence when you know the people involved well enough. The first billboard went up last week. Separate images, adjacent panels on the same structure on 5th Avenue. Me in my skating dress, blades on, the ending position from my qualifier program. Him in full game gear, mid-stride on ice, the specific low-end fast movement I identified the first morning I watched him actually skate. I drove past it on the way to practice and I sat at the red light underneath it for a moment longer than I needed to. Then I drove to the rink. Raymond Cole came to a practice session 2 Thursdays ago. Mason didn't tell me he was coming. I think Mason didn't know he was coming, because when Raymond walked through the side door and found a seat in the lower stands, Mason's expression from the ice was the same one he wore the night of the Lifetime Achievement Ceremony, a beat behind, prepared, catching up to a reality that arrived without notice. Raymond watched the full session. When I came off the ice, he was waiting near the boards. Mason was at the far end talking to an assistant coach, carefully not rushing over, giving his father room to exist in the building without being managed. Raymond Cole is shorter than his photographs suggest and more present than his son in the specific way that fathers are sometimes more present, settled into himself in a way that Mason is still learning. He has Mason's eyes, the same particular direct quality, and he holds himself like a man who has spent a lifetime learning to read ice and people with equal precision. Ms. Hayes, he said. Mr. Cole, I said. Piper. Raymond. He looked at the rink for a moment. Then at me. He talks about you, he said. I want you to know that. He said it simply, like information he'd decided I should have. He talks about most things the way you'd talk about a schedule item. Organized. Efficient. You get the facts and then it's over. He glanced toward where Mason was still diplomatically finding other things to look at. He talks about you like you're the most interesting thing he's ever seen. He never used to talk about anything that way. I looked at Raymond Cole and I thought about a 17-year-old in the dark with the lights going out and nobody watching, and the 30 years of performing he'd done since, and the person his son had been working to stop being. He's the most interesting person I've ever met, I said. I thought he was just a hockey player for about 3 days and then I ran out of ways to maintain that position. Raymond almost smiled. The same corner of mouth movement Mason does. Good, he said. Like it settled something. He went to find his son. I stood at the boards and I held that conversation for a long time, turning it over the way you turn over something you want to keep. Tonight the rink is empty and the ice is clean and Mason is at the boards talking to me about the exit angle on my flip jump, which is technically a coaching conversation and practically just a Tuesday evening in a life that has stopped requiring justification. The issue with a tighter angle, he's saying, is the transition into the combination approach. You're losing half a stride of setup. I'm gaining rotation height, I say. You already have enough rotation height. You can always have more rotation height. That's not how physics works. You play hockey, I say. You don't decide how physics works for figure skaters. He looks at me. I look at him. You're right about the height, he says. I still think you're losing the setup stride. I know, I say. I'm working on the timing. Voss no. Voss signed off on it this morning. He nods once. The acknowledgement he gives when he's wrong about something and knows it, which is more graceful than I expected from him and less surprising than it used to be. He's leaning against the boards now, cold coffee somewhere to his left, watching me with the look I've been cataloging since the lake path without meaning to. The look that lives underneath the coaching observations and the dry delivery and all the other functional things. The one his father recognized in a photograph from 40 feet away. I've stopped pretending I don't know what it is. I know exactly what it is. I skate a slow circle, the recovery lap I do between sets, and I come back to the boards and I look at him. He's looking back. Not performing. Not managing. Not doing anything except being exactly where he is, which is here, in this rink, watching me do the thing I've done my whole life, and having decided somewhere in the last 12 weeks that this is exactly where he wants to be. I think about the fall. About nationals and Eli and the 3 years of carrying things alone that preceded and followed it. I think about the specific moment you decide to stop building your life around the last time something went wrong and start building it around what's actually in front of you. The ice is the same. I'm different on it. Not because I stopped being afraid of falling. I'm still afraid of falling. I've fallen publicly, at the worst possible time, in front of judges and cameras and a career that had to be rebuilt from the ground up afterward. I'm different because I fell and I got back up and I rebuilt it and I learned, slowly, imperfectly, with help I didn't ask for, that the fall was not the most defining thing that happened to me on this ice. The getting back up was. Your coffee's cold, I say. I know, he says. He doesn't move to do anything about it. I don't move either. I've told her this. Not in those words, which I told her differently on a lake path with a photographer 40 feet back and in an empty arena on a night before she flew. But the shape of it, yes. She knows. The arena lights shift. The group before hers finishes warm up and clears the ice. My father closes the program schedule and puts it on his knee. She skates out for her warm-up and 12,000 people respond to it and I feel something in my chest every time, not pride, or not only pride. Something larger. The specific thing you feel when someone you love is fully themselves and the room can't look anywhere else. She runs her warm-up with her eyes on the surface, reading the ice. New venue, national championship surface, different from every rink she's ever trained on. I watch her take edges, test the temperature zones, log the information with the systematic efficiency of a person who has been doing this since she was 8 years old. She's not performing the warm-up for the cameras. She's working. My father watches without speaking. The warm-up ends. The group takes position. Piper is announced. She skates to center ice and she takes her opening position, right arm extended, head down, the stillness she holds before the music starts that I've watched in a dozen different arenas and still think is the best thing I've ever seen a person do. The absolute presence of someone who has made a decision and is fully inside it. The music starts. I stop breathing somewhat. Not from anxiety. From the thing that happens when you watch someone do the thing they were made to do at the exact level they were made to do it, and you've been close enough to know what it cost, and you're in the room for the payoff. She runs the step sequence and the arena is already louder than it was and she hasn't reached the combination yet. The triple axel setup. My father shifts forward in his seat by about half an inch. He's seen the footage. I showed him, 6 months ago, the Nationals clip from last year and then the qualifier clip from this season, and he watched both without saying a word and then said, "She rebuilt that." Not a question. The statement of a man who has spent his life reading what athletes do on ice. She rebuilt that. She takes off. The rotation is there. I count it automatically, the same way I count my own stride patterns, not thinking, just registering. 1, 2, 3.5. Her blade finds the ice. The edge holds. The toe loop follows immediately, clean, and she's in the back half of the program standing on a national championship surface with the combination behind her. The arena is not quiet anymore. My father says nothing. He watches the rest of the program with the same focused stillness, and I watch beside him, and the noise of 12,000 people builds across every element, the spins, the second combination jump, the final step sequence, until she pulls into the ending position and the music cuts and the arena just completely loses its mind. I am on my feet before I've decided to stand. I'm not the only one. 12,000 people are doing some version of standing and that's true. But I'm on my feet before anyone in my section and I don't care about that and I don't manage it and I don't perform any version of composure because this moment does not require composure. This moment requires exactly what it's getting, a person who drove 7 hours to be in this room, standing, completely helpless in what he's feeling, not a single managed thing about it. My father stands beside me. He doesn't cheer. He doesn't clap with the crowd. He just stands, straight-backed, and watches the ice. The scores take longer than they should. Or maybe that's just what waiting feels like when something real is on the line. Piper is at the kiss and cry with Voss. Voss is holding her hand, which I've never seen Voss do with anyone, and Piper is leaning forward with her elbows on her knees watching the board, and her face is doing the thing it does when she's working at composure and not entirely winning, the jaw movement, the slight overstraightness in her posture. The scores come up. The board loads the number. The arena responds before Piper does. I watch her face. She reads the score. She reads it again. She sits there for 1 second, completely still, and then she puts her face in both hands and she's crying and laughing at the same time, which is the most honest thing I've ever seen from a person who manages her expressions the way she manages everything else. Voss has both arms around her. Voss is crying. I stand in the crowd with 12,000 other people and I watch the woman I drove 7 hours for sit at the kiss and cry with her face in her hands and her name at the top of the leaderboard, and I think about 17 years old in a dark rink, slamming a puck into an empty net and the lights going out. I think about all the years between that night and this one. My father puts his hand on my shoulder once. I look at him. He's looking at the ice, at Piper's face as she lifts it from her hands, at the scoreboard behind the kiss and cry with her name in lights. I see why you like it here, he says. He means the arena. He means the sport. He means something else that he's never quite said directly in 30 years of being my father. Yeah, I say. I look at the scoreboard. Her name. Top of the board, her score in clean white numbers above every other number in the field. Me too, I say. I find her in the corridor outside the athlete staging area 20 minutes after the scores. She's still in her competition dress, white with blue detailing, the one she's had hanging in her apartment for 6 weeks, the one she referred to as the dress with a capital D every time it came up. Her hair is still up from the performance. She has her warm-up jacket over the dress and her skate bag over one shoulder and she's coming through the corridor door when she sees me. She stops. I'm 15 feet away, in my hoodie, in the corridor of a national championship venue, 7 hours from home, exactly where I said I'd be when I said I was coming, which she told me not to bother because she needed to focus, which I told her I wasn't coming for her focus. She looks at me. Her eyes are still red from the kiss and cry. The composure is back in most places but not everywhere, something in her face is still open, still in it, the same unguarded version that 4 seconds in an empty practice rink started all of this. You came, she says. 15 feet of corridor between us, and her voice does what it does, direct and clear and carrying the full weight of what she means, which is not just the drive or the seats or the 7 hours. She means all 12 weeks before it too. The hotel and the lake path and the arena stairs and the corridor outside the post-game tunnel. The rink she didn't know I was fighting for. Every version of showing up that didn't come with a camera or a contract or any reason except the real one. I close the 15 feet. "Piper," I say. She looks up at me. "I was always going to come." She holds my gaze for a moment. Then she drops her skate bag and she steps into me, and I put my arms around her and she lets me, and in the corridor outside a national championship staging area she stays there for a long moment while the competition keeps running on the other side of the door and the world keeps doing its world things, and none of it requires our attention right now. I hold on. She holds on. "Top of the board," I say, into her hair. "I know," she says. Her voice is slightly muffled against my jacket. I check twice. Voss was crying. I know. It was alarming. A pause. I was also crying. I noticed. "Your father," she says. "He's getting the car." She pulls back slightly to look at my face. "He's staying. He wants pasta," I say. "He has opinions about the tomato situation in the city." She laughs, the real one, the short and caught off guard one that I've been collecting since a gala 5 months ago and still think is the best sound in any arena I've ever been in. "Okay," she says. She picks up her skate bag. We walk out of the corridor together, into the venue concourse and through the main doors and into the evening air, where my father is already waiting at the curb with his program schedule folded in his jacket pocket and the patient certainty of a man who knows where he's going. He sees us come through the doors. He looks at me. He looks at Piper. He looks at the way we're standing, which is the way we stand now, close, easy, the distance between us the right size. He nods once. The way he nods when something is as it should be. "Good program," he says to Piper. "Thank you," she says. The second spin. "I know," he says. "The arm line." She looks at him. Then at me. "You told him about the arm line," she says. "He asked," I say. She shakes her head, slightly. My father is already walking toward the parking structure. We follow him, the three of us, through the cold evening air, and I think about the prologue of my own story, the night that sounded like a gift and worked like a sentence, the dark rink and the puck in the empty net and the lights going out. I think about how long I spent on the wrong side of that memory. I think about everything that had to happen for me to be walking out of this building tonight, with this woman beside me, going to find a restaurant that does good pasta and stays open late. I don't resolve the distance between then and now into a clean lesson. It isn't clean. It cost what it cost and it took what it took, and the ice doesn't care about any of the in-between. The ice only cares what you do when you're on it. I know what I do now. I'm not performing it. I'm just here. And that, it turns out, is the whole thing. Finn. A note on the story. Offside Heart spans 24 chapters, a prologue, and an epilogue, from a 17-year-old in the dark learning what it feels like to be trapped inside someone else's expectations, to two people walking out of a national championship venue into the cold, having figured out the difference between performing a life and actually living one. Neither of them got there without falling first. That was always the point. Author's note. Dear reader, thank you for spending your time inside the world of Offside Hearts. When I first imagined Mason and Piper, I wanted to write about two people who understood pressure, the kind that comes from the outside, from family, from expectation, and what happens when the walls they've built to survive it start cracking open. This story is, at its core, about the courage it takes to be seen. Not the curated version. Not the one that looks good on camera. The real one. The messy, imperfect, terrified one. I hope that resonated with you, even a little. And if you're going through your own version of falling and getting back up, I'm rooting for you. If this book made you feel something, I'd be so grateful if you left a review. Reviews help readers like you find stories like this, and every single one means the world to me. With gratitude and cold coffee. Sloan Ashford. Acknowledgements. Every book begins as a quiet question, and this one was no different. Mine was, what happens when you stop performing your life and start living it? I'm grateful to everyone who helped me find the answer. To my readers, you took a chance on a story about a hockey player and a figure skater, and I couldn't be more thankful. Your messages, your reviews, your enthusiasm, they fuel every late-night writing session. To the rinks, the arenas, and every frozen surface where someone has ever found themselves, thank you for being the backdrop to so many extraordinary human moments. Ice has a way of stripping everything down to what's real. To anyone who has ever built something from nothing, a career, a relationship, a second chance, this one's for you. The ice doesn't care who you were yesterday. It only cares about what you do next. And to the cold coffee that got me through every draft, you were terrible, and I wouldn't change a thing. About the author. Sloane Ashford writes emotionally charged contemporary romance that lives in the space between heartbreak and hope. A lifelong fan of both hockey fights and triple axels, she believes the best love stories start with two people who are absolutely certain they want nothing to do with each other. When she's not writing, Sloane can be found rewatching figure skating competitions at 2 a.m., arguing about hockey trades with strangers on the internet, and drinking coffee that went cold 3 hours ago. She lives with two cats who judge her word count daily. Offside Hearts is her debut novel.